Are we ready, Deb? You're muted.
All set.
We're all set. Well, great. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. This is the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. Today is March 8th, and we have a meeting this morning, and it's a little unusual. It isn't a public hearing. At 10, we will begin with the Department of Corrections, who will be presenting to us the Juvenile Services Strategic Plan, followed by a work session on LD 221 from the Department of Corrections. That's for this morning. This afternoon at 1 p.m., we begin a work session on the same budget, biennial budget, and that's with the Department of Public Safety. I am Senator Susan DeChambeau. I'm the Senate Chair. I represent District 32, which is my hometown of Biddeford and 5 surrounding areas. I will ask my co-chair, Charlotte Warren, to introduce herself, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Charlotte Warren, and I represent the City of Hollowell and the towns of Manchester and West Gardner in the House.
Thank you. Representative Searway has a meeting. He will be joining us later. Senator Lawrence, would you introduce yourself, please? Oh, he's probably busy doing something. Yeah, he's talking with someone. Okay, I will ask Representative Pickett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Dick Pickett. I represent House District 116, towns of Canton, Dixfield, Hartford, Mexico, and Peru.
Thank you. Representative Costain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. I represent District 100, which is part of Etna, Dixmont, Newport, Plymouth, and Corinna.
Representative Newman.
Good morning. I'm Dan Newman, District 76, which is Belgrade, Rome, Mount Vernon, Fayette, Vienna, and Wayne.
Representative Morales.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Victoria Morales, and I represent House District 33 in South Portland.
And Representative Renicki.
Good morning, live from the State House. I'm Representative Shelley Rudnicki. I represent House District 108, which is Fairfield, Mercer, and Smithfield. And again, I just want to say that I think we're doing a very much a disservice to our constituents by meeting on Zoom and not in person. Thank you.
Well, I think other people share that feeling. Okay, Representative Pluka.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Bill Pluka. I represent Hope, Warren, Appleton, and part of Union, House District 95. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Sharp.
Good morning. I'm Braden Sharp from District 46, Durham, North Yarmouth, and part of Parnell.
And Representative Luckner.
Morning. I'm Grayson Luckner, District 37, Portland, out around the Jetport and the Fore River.
Great. I think that is our committee for this morning. I will also introduce Jane Orbiton. Jane, would you please tell us why you're here?
I would never miss a meeting with you. I'm also staff to the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. And our committee clerk, Deb. And Deb Fair is our committee clerk. Thank you very much. So as I mentioned, we will be having a briefing from Commissioner Liberty, and he has brought other people here from his staff. I see Colin O'Neill, Karen Yetton, and Anna Black with us today. So Commissioner Liberty, Representative Warren, is there anything else before we begin? All right. Commissioner Liberty, it's all yours. You've got the stage. Thank you.
Good morning, Senator Campbell and Representative Warren and the members of the Public Safety Criminal Justice Committee. It's good to be with you this morning. Senator DeChambeau, sorry to hear about your misfortune this weekend. And as we know, often with those thefts, it's not a matter of the material, but sometimes those items are sentimental and can't be replaced. And those are the most difficult things to lose. And so
Thank you.
I'm sorry for that. I'm glad it's hopefully on its way to being resolved.
Yep.
This morning, we're going to talk a little bit about juvenile services and the transition plan that we've developed in collaboration with our colleagues with the Juvenile Justice Task Force, the co-chairs, Representative Brennan, Jill Ward, myself and Colin, a bunch of stakeholders. We've previously briefed this out to leadership in criminal justice and in the governor's office. And so let me begin by saying we are committed to this plan. We're committed to reducing our reliance on incarceration for our youth and reinvesting assets that have been allotted to us, both personnel and in finances, to doing work in the community in a diversionary way and in a transitional way, which will better serve the youth of our state. Last year, myself and many of you attended work as a part of a task force that was facilitated by the Center of Children, Law, and Policy. Mark Soler was the chief facilitator and architect of that work. And in February of 2020, the Center for Children, Law, Policy and the Juvenile Justice Research Reform Lab at Drexel University developed a plan. And we fully believe that the results of that work that we did are doable and will best serve the youth in our community. And this is the plan is the result of that. Over the last 5 years, we've had a reduction in committed youth by 51% in our state. We've had a detention reduction of 67%, and we've had a committed reduction in 17% for those staying in our facilities length of stay. The three principles that we're adhering to and we're following as a result and the focus of this transition plan are the reduced institutional secure confinement, our reliance on the confinement for our youth, the expansion of community-based programming and initiatives, and the cross-system collaborations which were recommended as a result of the work that we did. The assessment outlined details in the narrative, and I believe that you have this document that was pushed to Jane and to the co-chairs this morning, and so that you may have that in front of you. I'm not sure, but you have access to that now. And our first priority is to further reduce institutional secure confinement. And the first goal within that priority is to identify and develop community reliance residences for youth transitioning out of Long Creek Development Center using the Long Creek Youth Development staff and other resources. The second goal within that priority is to repurpose identified vacant Long Creek positions and find community-based programs that we can better serve the youth in our care. The way we're going to do that is we're going to create, and we have begun the creation, and we have created two different residences, one for boys, and that facility is called Bearings House, and that's a transitional house which allows males from Long Creek to be able to transition into the community, having a more normative approach to their care, treatment, and whatever assistance they may need in the community. We've run that Bearings program initially just outside of the fence in Long Creek for a period of time. And now we're transitioning that particular program deeper into the community, working in a community in Androscoggin at this time. And we're optimistic that that residence will be approved by the community. That particular home had like use in the past. And so we think that the neighborhood and the community will accept that, and we'll have boys in that program. The second program is for girls. It's a STEPS program, and we have a goal of having no girls in the state of Maine incarcerated at Long Creek. And this will allow housing outside of institutional setting. And both of these residents are non-secure with bars and fences. These are staff secure, so individuals are in that residence with employees of Long Creek. They are present, keeping that facility, that home secure. There may be delayed egress methods, such as you open a door and it takes 30 seconds for the door to open, giving alert notification to the staff that an individual is trying to leave, that sort of thing. And as time goes on, it'll be more and more normative, with the possibility, with the reality of those youth receiving programming in the community, to include affiliation with the local schools, and being able to regionally transition back into their own communities, which we know is evidence-based and will provide better outcomes than institutional secure confinement. As you can see on your the plan, the cost associated with the Barings House is about $2.2 million in staffing. We're going to actually pull 18.75 positions from the existing Long Creek staff to staff the Barings House in the community. And so there will be a reduction in staffing in Long Creek by 18.75. And we say 18.75 because some of those positions will be shared by Long Creek, by Steps, and by Barings. For instance, it could be a recreational specialist providing physical fitness programming and wellness programming, that it may only be a 0.25 position at each of the external residences as opposed to a full position. Again, the cost of those positions, $2.2 million to staff that and to run that program. For Steps, the girls in our program, we're going to have 17.75 positions pulled out of the Long Creek staffing package that currently exists, and they'll be managing and facilitating the programming and treatment of the girls in the Steps program. That program is underway now, has been running for several months, and has been a success, and we believe that we'll continue to do that investment. Again, that's about a $2.2 million investment in staffing. A key component to what we've been doing recently, and an involvement of the regional care teams. And the regional care teams are broken into 3 different regions. And those teams, as I've mentioned previously, are made up of stakeholders in the juvenile justice community. We have members from the Maine Department of Corrections and many different organizations that have the youth at best interest at heart. And they're broken into the 3 regions that we currently have with our community corrections. Those regional care teams meet frequently, and they identify how they might be able to help to divert a youth that may be potentially traveling down the wrong path and end up in Long Creek, or as a transition out of Long Creek, providing opportunities. And so the important piece here is for us to be able to fund them out of existing funds. And our plan is to do that through vacant positions that we currently have assigned into Long Creek. We're going to take 14 positions that are vacant, convert those into funding, and allow the regional care teams, the 3 regional care teams, to have money, have access for programming, which Colin will speak to more specifically. It could be housing, it could be some sort of treatment they may not have access to, and whatever need the family may need, and to assist them to be successful in the community. And again, that's about $1.2 million worth of funding that doesn't exist now, converted from Long Creek to these regional care teams to spend as they see fit to assist the youth to be successful in the community. We'll have 2 additional positions that are also vacant, and they'll be focused on restorative justice. Those restorative justice coordinators, one will be embedded with the Department of Education, and one will be with the Maine Department of Corrections to assist in restorative justice practices, training, and that sort of work. Some of the programs that the regional care teams will be able to fund are transitional housing and shelter, which are often a problem, independent living programs, attended care, rental assistance and vouchers, racial and ethnic disparities, training and programming for that area, youth advocate programs, restorative justice practices and training, transformative mentoring, and this will all be data-driven decision-making by these regional care teams. Corresponding CCLPD recommendations which are related to, and we're cross-referencing all of these recommendations on our document, page 68, recommendation level 11, DOC will create separate juvenile certification training curriculum for staff working in a secure confinement community residence to be used at the main criminal justice academy. We know now the current system, the basic corrections program, all of our officers that come into the Maine Department of Corrections receive the same training. So an individual that's going to work in a close environment or medium environment at the Maine State Prison receives the same training that people focusing on youth will be working at Long Creek will be using. And so that program is identical. What we're doing now is we're developing curriculum that will be specific for the youth in our care, that will be more appropriate in that the training will be adolescent brain development, adolescent trauma, mental health, substance use as it relates to youth, motivational interviewing, working with youth in a non-secure setting, these residents that we're talking about, bearings and steps, restorative justice, suicide prevention, all of these issues that are surrounding youth in our communities, it'll be more focused on those specific jobs. Myself and Associate Commissioner Colin O'Neill will be presenting that concept, that move to the Maine Criminal Justice Academy next week to get their approval, and the lesson plans will continue to evolve that. We expect the positive outcomes to on that measure to be further reduction in population and secure confinement at Long Creek, identification of funding streams and community-based residences, increased funding for housing. Obviously, that 1.2 million will go a long ways in assisting that. Improved diversion, and that's our goal, to divert them from any institutional secure confinement. Reduce the detention for care. And as we've heard some of you in the committee talking about, some of our youth are at Long Creek because there are no other options. There may be no other solutions. And we hope that this additional $1.2 million in these residences will prevent that sort of detention, which none of us agree with. Get away from that. And again, with existing resources, we can do that. We'll also increase the number of youth that are confined in our community, and we'll have the ability to focus community-based services to youth of color. So that's what we're talking about here. In summary, what I'd like to talk about is the totality. When we talk about those positions, we're talking about pulling 52.5 positions out of Long Creek, 52.5. Again, 18.75 positions for the Bearings House, 17.75 for steps, and then an additional 16 vacant positions for a transition into funding for regional care teams, and 2 positions for the restorative justice positions with the Department of Education and the Department of Corrections. Colin, would you pick up our second priority, please, and go from there?
Sorry about that. I hit the wrong button. Good morning, everyone. Moving on down, to priorities 2 and 3. One of the things that also came out in the CCLP report was to really expand our use of the Youth Advocate Program. Currently, we are strategically prioritizing the Youth Advocate Program. And again, for many of you that don't know what this program is, it assigns an advocate to youth to really work with that youth up to almost 20 hours a week to ensure that youth is employed, goes to school, is attending treatment, substance use treatment, mental health treatment, and really works with that youth to model and to really further along their skills of independent living. And so currently we really prioritize youth leaving or transitioning out of Long Creek with the YAP program, the Youth Advocate Program. What we want to do in this next phase of of our work this year is to expand youth advocate program to our front end youth, the youth that are just being referred to us, who are on probation and who are out in the field in order to really act as a preventative piece. So these youth get what they need in the community so they don't wind up either being detained or committed to Long Creek. So that's a big goal of ours. And so that's, priority 2. The other thing that we want to do is ramp up our credible messenger program in the sense that right now we have a credible messenger program starting up in the Lewiston Auburn area. We really want to take that concept and expand that into other areas of the state that are serving youth of color, primarily in the greater Portland area to start. Priority 3 is really kind of a continuation of what the commissioner talked about earlier, is the really scaling up of our regional care teams. And I'll just bring you back to last year. Many of you in the committee attended, or part of the task force, and attended the town hall meetings that we went to. Remember, there were 4 of them. And the one thing that really resonated with me and with the commissioner, and I'm sure it resonated with you all, was when we heard from local communities, they really wanted resources to make decisions at a local level. They really wanted the capacity to make decisions to meet the needs of the youth in their respective areas and towns. Currently, the regional care teams are divvied up in the 3 DOC regions. And we believe that this is the best vehicle to really push down decision-making to make it at a regional and ultimately a local level. And so the goal is to really use that $1.2 million that we are going to be freeing up and give it to the regional care teams so they are connected and dialed into local issues, local needs. To create maybe some community block grants or grants for local communities to apply for so they can meet what they think are the needs of their youth in that particular area. So this is a big way for us to move away from kind of, the Augusta, making all the decisions on contracts, but have local decision-making involved in developing of programs and all that. So that's priority 3, is that cross-system collaboration. And the beauty of the regional care teams is that it's made up of both public and private stakeholders. And so there are members of OCFS, DOC, DOE, as well as local providers and community folks in on those teams to really kind of hit what's going on at that level. So that's the area, priority area 3. So just to kind of conclude, these priority areas we really believe will be a continuation of our work to scale up community-based programs and really maintain a small footprint in our use of institutional secure confinement. And again, it's a balanced approach to the work. This is phase 1. Clearly we're going to look at the impact that these decisions and that these programs that we create have on our current population in secure confinement. And then that will really inform us as to decisions that we make down the road, because clearly we do have more resources and more vacant positions that we can draw from, and that will help us decide how to best use that resource based on our needs.
Thank you, Colin. I would reiterate what he said. This is phase 1. We're just beginning this journey. As we are able to take a thoughtful data-based approach to this work, as we open the second house, the Bearings House in the Lewiston Auburn area, as we are able to release those funds to the regional care teams, and as COVID releases its grip, we'll be able to assess where our numbers are, where our needs are. As the population of Long Creek continues to decline, we'll continue to reduce units and will continue to convert resources into the community as this plan does in phase one. That's our vision. That's what I see happening. I see us, once the dust settles and we have the data about the impact of the regional care teams, which are funded, and the two houses, we'll be able to assess and continue to work through this. As many of you know, the co-chairs of the task force continue to meet at least monthly, sometimes more often, to address these needs and continue to talk about what is needed, as is Mark Solar engaged, data mining and getting us information that for other national best practices programs that are occurring. And so that's what I have to say about that. Any questions, thoughts, guidance?
I like the word guidance. That was a good one. You've all had a chance to look at that, and I see a few hands up. First one is Representative Lookner, followed by Representative Morales, then Representative Costain.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Liberty and folks for putting this plan together. I think this, it's definitely moving us in the right direction. So when it comes to the Bearing House, why is that facility still necessary if we are allocating a lot of funds into community, into these community-based plans with the Department of Education and other support services?
So there'll still be, this is our step down. This is the ability to, we envision Long Creek to be, it is the reception facility for youth. If at midnight a youth is detained and it has to be brought somewhere to be assessed for medical needs, for psychological needs, for whatever their needs may be. And once a youth is there, they may or may not be ready for immediate release. But this allows us to step that down, not only have either or. It gives us a transition period for them to be not secure, but still in our custody as required or may be necessary based upon judicial guidance or our assessments, but allows us to do that in the community rather than only Long Creek or only release. It's a step down, it's a piece in between. And we have to see, quite frankly, the impact that regional care teams have. Is the funding we're providing adequate? Do they need twice that? So this is a period for us to transition, analyze, collect data, see exactly what our needs are. Nothing would please me more than to say 18 months from now, we no longer need that residential housing because the work by the regional care teams has been so successful, we no longer need that. And that's the beauty of not building a facility, but leasing a property and having a lease that you can, over time, diminish the need. Colin, comments?
Yeah, I would just add that just simply, we believe that we don't have a full continuum. Right now there's community programs which are outpatient or home based, and then there's Long Creek. And what we want to do is build more options in our continuum, and this will really help those, especially those youth that are at Long Creek, shorten their length of stay, because not all youth, we know, need to stay long, and they stay longer because they don't really have a step down place for them to go. So the Bearings and the STEP programs are really those step down programs. They're not institutional, they're not locked, and it's a really a gradual reintroduction into the community.
Thanks. Can I follow up real quick?
Excuse me. Yes, go ahead, Grayson.
Thank you. Yeah, and thanks for that response. So what do you anticipate the average length of stay at, either the STEP house or the Bearing House? What would that be? And did you mention that some of those facilities would be semi-secure? It sounds like there would be a delay in opening the doors. Is that correct? Like 30 seconds or somewhere in that range?
There could be. Those programs, I believe, would be a 3 to 6 month stay range. And they are generally really secure by just staff oversight. So they're staffed and they're in the programs. The doors aren't locked. There is potential to put in what they call a delayed egress. Currently, we don't have that right now, but there is potential if we feel like we need it. But I think we're going to see how well these programs do to determine if we need that level of security.
Okay, thanks. I'll let some other folks ask questions.
Representative Morales, and then Representative Costain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Deputy Commissioner. I just received this plan this morning, so I'm kind of all over the place and trying to understand it, but I'm really pleased with the presentation of it. Commissioner, I note that you said housing so many times and it really made me happy. So I do very much appreciate that. I am going to stop my video because my internet is a little unstable. There's a couple of things that I wanted to go to. There was discussion around, and one of the things we learned, because I sat on the task force, the Maine Juvenile Justice Systems Assessment Task Force, as well as Representative Warren and Senator DeChambeau, Representative Corey, and many others. And we talked about that when young people are in the community. Can everyone hear me? Some of you look frozen. Okay. That when young people don't need secure confinement, and they're in community, that we really need to have folks trained, trauma-informed training, folks who are skilled with adolescent development. And I like the way this is sounding and going, but I am worried that sort of repurposing corrections officers who currently work at Long Creek to staff those more group home-like settings that don't need secure confinement, fit with our goals of trying to find places in the community for them to live and be engaged in the community because they're not a danger to the community. I do worry about that, and so I'm thinking about those trainings and I want to know more about that. Also consistent with the CCLP report on page 68, which talks about better training for justice systems personnel. It talks a lot about judges, prosecutors, defense attorneys, not just corrections officers too. And so I'm wondering if part of this plan can be to provide that kind of training as well to everybody in the system, which I would say also includes police officers. So if we are talking about a new program at the Criminal Justice Academy, I would hope that that would be included for our police department, which, as we know, they're the first folks to respond and then decide whether to charge or not. So I just want to make that point. And I want to ask a question about the percentage in the budget currently that we provide for community programming and services, which I think is around the $2 to $3 million mark, for those diversion programs, for informal adjustments and things like that, that our JCCOs rely heavily on, which I support 100%. Wondering, with this current budget plan and services, what does that look like? Is that an increase? Is it a substantial increase? You also know I sit on the community care teams and I attend those meetings on the housing side. So I really appreciate that we're funding those teams to the extent that they can assist and provide support. So I'm wondering about that money and how it will get distributed.
So I can answer that question. The current kind of program budget that provides for our roughly 26 contracts, and that's for restorative justice, that's for our diversionary programs, that's to help fund MST and FFT, that's about $3.5 million. And so the 1.2 million that we are going to be pulling out by using or eliminating the 14 positions will be added on to that, but really specifically earmarked and prioritized for the regional care team. So we want to make sure that the community budget is still doing what it's supposed to be doing, which is really providing the backbone for diversion and for intensive kind of level of care for kids in the overall juvenile justice system. But we want to carve out, that 1.2 million to really be more localized, and have local decision making driving that. So it's in addition to that, Representative Morales, and that piece of it. And I love your thinking on training. I think we can't train enough, and I think all the subject matters that you identified are in this new training curriculum. And just so people know, we already provide some of these trainings to our officers, but it's post-academy training, right? So they go to the training academy, and then they come back, and those officers that work at Long Creek get what we call post-academy training for an additional 3 weeks. And so we provide a lot of the adolescent brain development, trauma-informed treatment. We developed our own curriculum for trauma-informed treatment, and these kind of post-academy trainings really, and this is really the impetus of changing the certification. A lot of times we have to almost change folks' thinking because they got a lot of adult-driven concepts and pieces at the academy, and we almost have to rewire them and kind of hit the restart button. And we don't want to do that. The other pieces to the training are actually supervising youth in non-secure environments. So we are going to really hone in on that piece of it, in the sense of what are the important pieces around developing relationships, interacting with youth, not only in the housing area, in the residence, but outside the residence. So when they're taking youth to recreational programming outside the home, to and from their work, these are things that we really want to train up our staff on.
That's great. Thank you. I just want to mention one more thing, that one of the reasons why there is concern with having corrections officers staff non-secure confinement is also because they have the ability to charge them with additional charges like they do in the institution. And so just how do we reduce that? And, your thoughts on that, I guess, because I'm just sort of thinking about this.
Yeah, I mean, any residence a youth goes to, a kid can be charged for behavior. I mean, we've seen that on, in residential treatment. We've worked really hard with local law enforcement to actually reduce that. And I think it would be very similar in these residences. And actually, I think it would be less of any potential, charging of youth, because, we are supervising the youth in that residence. So I would say to you that risk is everywhere. Just because it's being supervised by us doesn't increase. There's always authority to charge a youth in any residence, whether or not it's run by DOC or run by a contract provider. Your contract provider just calls the police and charges. I mean, we see that in psychiatric hospitals. We see that everywhere. So I'm not concerned about that. I think the fact that we are, we are supervising. I think, my opinion is the more options we have to get kids out of Long Creek and into the community, kids start to get, while they're staying at Long Creek too long, they start to, that could potentially increase, their acting out behavior at Long Creek. And so if there's more options that kids can move out of Long Creek quicker, I believe you're going to see even a reduction of acting out behavior in Long Creek.
That's great to hear. I'm writing that statement down. Thank you.
Representative Costain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning.
I have 3 easy questions for you. One is, where are the regional care centers located throughout the state?
Well, they're diverse, and they're located in the 3 community regions. And so basically a northern, a central, and a southern, basically. And I can send you a map which is very specific to what towns are contained in each region.
Great, thank you. My second, may I, ma'am?
Yes, please.
My second question is, in the Barron's house, how many boys will we serve in that facility? Up to how many?
Again, depending upon the facility that we actually land on, but probably 6 to 8, depending on the facility.
And the ladies or the girls?
Right now, 3 to 5.
Thank you.
Representative Lookner.
Excuse me, Representative Warren. Representative Reckett, you had your hand up. You were next, but you brought it down. Do you want us to go to Representative Lookner?
Go ahead to Representative Pluker. I had to step away, and so I wasn't in the hearing pattern well
Okay.
enough to have a
Thank
question.
you. Go ahead, Charlotte. I'm sorry. I forgot to tell her that Lois was next, but go ahead. I think it's Representative Lookner.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair, and thank you, Associate Commissioner O'Neill. So my question, you were talking about some of the residents acting out at Long Creek, and my question is, what is driving? Do you think having corrections officers is in these residential that sort of authority in these residential programs? Do you think that would make it more likely that some of these residents would act out in ways like sort of just, teenagers, they act out against authority quite a bit. And I think that represents a big threat to them. So I'm wondering, within these residential programs that we're proposing, just to follow up with Representative Morales's questions, is it really a great idea to have, COs with that sort of authority in these programs?
I think, I've worked my career in both public and private residences and all that. And, I've seen adolescents act out no matter where they are. And I don't believe that the fact that the line staff, happen to be working for the Department of Corrections would elevate or escalate and increase the potential for acting out. To me, it's all in training. The bottom line is that, staff that work in a private residence, if they're not trained and they are, have poor skills to developing relationships with the youth that they serve, you're going to see an increased level of acting out. The same goes for us in that sense. And I think that the key to this work is the change and the increase of training for our staff to develop meaningful relationships with the youth that they serve. And that will make all the difference. So I don't think just the fact that they're working for DOC is going to increase that. To me, it's really in the dynamic and the training and all that. Again, I worked in many programs in my career and, it all comes down to training and supervision.
Yeah, I agree. And thanks for that. So I guess my, the people who become corrections officers, do you think generally, and I don't know any of them in Long Creek, and just wondering, did they feel like they're really equipped to have these sorts of, this training, which are, well, first of all, who's providing this training? And second of all, do you think most of the corrections officers, are equipped to sort of absorb that and employ that in their interactions with youth?
Colin, if I may, I would say, and I have a systems-wide approach, and I've been at this game for a long time. The corrections officer you may envision that works at the Maine State Prison with adult residences is much, much different than the person that deliberately applies for a position to work with youth. It's a much different professional. And I look forward, Representative Lugner, to bring you down to Long Creek and introduce you to the professional staff. The caring and compassion that these officers have for youth is amazing. In fact, they've dedicated their professional life to it. And so I've been nothing but impressed at the work and the caring and compassion and the mentorship that they provide. And so I look forward to bringing you through, and you can meet some of these folks. I think that once you meet them and have some dialogue with them, your concerns will be much relieved.
Yeah, I look forward to that opportunity as well, Commissioner Liberty. And so just my question, who's providing this training when it comes to, helping treatment?
Sure. So all of the training that is provided is through the Board of Trustees at the Maine Criminal Justice Academy. The instructors will be made up of individuals that work at and are professionals working in the juvenile justice system. So it won't be individuals, the same trainers that are training folks at the Maine State Prison or MCC. They'll be juvenile professionals working in that industry that will be teaching those classes.
And in addition to that, it's a great question. As we have been developing our training modules, we have actually hired out subject matter experts to write the curriculum and write the outline. So there's fidelity to ensuring that the training is getting out to staff and being trained to staff the way it was intended to do. And so that's a really important piece of it in the sense that it's developing the training curriculum, the lesson plans. And again, like the commissioner said, we want this training not to be at the academy, not to be at a prison, to be at Long Creek. And so all done within the system. So there really isn't any touching any of the adult pieces to that. And I just want to say anecdotally, I try to meet all the incoming new staff that work at Long Creek. I've been doing this for 20 years. And one of the things I always do when I meet the new staff is I ask them, what's their background? And typically the background of the staff coming in, it's usually over 50% of the staff that come in have worked in some type of child serving agency. So whether or not it's in a residential treatment center, in education, in social work. And so I'm always looking for that balance. Are we really pulling in the people that really want to do this work from a social service perspective? And so I'm biased. I'll tell you, the commissioner knows this. I'm a clinical social worker by trade. I really want, that level, that background, I think really serves, our system well. So, but there are people that come in and they have that background.
Great, thanks. And just, do you think this will look like a certification? Is this going to be like, when I work with adults with disabilities in the community, I have to get a Maine community rehabilitation technician certification, which is 2 years, 18, 3 semesters of training. Is that the level of training we're talking about when interacting with youth in these facilities?
Yeah, it's similar. It's over 5 weeks of training where staff come in and they get trained. And they're trained. It will be a juvenile certification as opposed to just a correctional certification that is very specific to working with juveniles.
So five weeks. Okay.
I think we'll move along because people are putting their hands up and then putting them down. So I will, according to what I'm looking at, Representative Renecki is next, followed by Representative Reckitt, and then Representative Morales.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually think this is great to show that be able to use the money that's already allocated for Long Creek to shift into this type of programs. My question, I guess, is, and I think it goes along to what Representative Costain was asking as far as where the location for some of these outreach programs are. Are we looking at specifically Southern Maine? Are we looking at any in the Central Maine and Northern Maine area for these type of programs as well? Eventually, if not, after your initial trial of this.
Yeah, I think it's a great question. And I think that's why the regional care teams are so valuable, because they are in the local regions and all that. And so they know better of the kids that are bumping into our system. It's going to look very different potentially in Northern Maine because of the geography up there. And so the regional care teams may look to spend this money differently than in an area, that's heavily populated in Region 1, which is York and Cumberland County. And so, this approach, really respects, the flexibility so it's not a one size fits all. So the ability to respond to youth that might be in crisis or maybe, in the middle of the night arrested and all that in Northern Maine may be a very short-term attended care residence that we have, where in Southern Maine, there may be, we may be looking for more housing opportunities, more, attended care or voucher opportunities for youth transitioning out, because that's where they tend to reside. So it's going to be very different. And I think that's what we learned. I mean, I think it's not a one size fits all. Maine's population and the juvenile population is very diverse in their needs. And so we have to create a process where it can be sensitive to that diversity.
Would you speak for a moment where the regions are, where they're generally headquartered, to give a visual for the representative?
Yeah, so Region 1 is primarily York and Cumberland County, and the regional care teams, meet monthly. Right now they meet virtually, but I'm assuming at some point they'll be actually meeting face to face. Region 2 is primarily Lewiston, Augusta, Waterville, and kind of west from there, west and east of there. And then Region 3, you move into your Bangor North region. So those are the three respective regions.
Thank you.
Okay. Are we all set? Right. Representative Rickett.
Thank you. I'm sorry I got my head back into the game again. Sorry, but I had a screwed up Zoom call that had me delayed. I have a three-part question and the three parts have nothing to do with each other. I just want to clarify. One thing, I think that I was involved when I was on the Academy Board in the rewrite of the law enforcement curriculum there, and also involved with about half of the corrections curriculum that was done and revised. So I'm confident that the Academy can do a good job with you on developing that curriculum. And I'm glad to hear you using subject matter experts outside the system. But I also would add that I think it may be the way that updates are done every year and different topics chosen every year to update law enforcement may be a useful model also for the juvenile corrections peoples that are the juvenile personnel that are going to be working with young people. The other sort of miscellaneous thing is that I did some work with the community mental health centers up north, actually in Washington County, and there is a mental health component to them, and so at some point it might be useful to figure out a way that they can build into this system to assist the department in figuring out what things can be done where, because they all have facilities and a place that could happen. But the main thing I wanted to say is that, I've been trying madly to read this document since I got it, an hour ago. So, but I'm very pleased with the directions that it's taking, and I want to look at the details. But I also want to ask you a sort of a broad question, and that is, there has to be, as I hear you're shifting resources out into the community, and I think that's great, and you're doing the housing thing, which is great. My question is that at some point, and this is coming as a South Portland resident more than a legislator or a South Portland legislator, where do we get to the place where there's a tipping point for Long Creek itself? I mean, when is do you have in your vision, how long it's going to be before we don't need Long Creek, or we can repurpose it to something more community-based and not necessarily corrections? And I think there's been some reshifting of the properties there over the years, but I think that there's not we're not at the end of that trail, I don't think. So my question is, in your head, is that are you even thinking about that? And if you are you talking 5 years from now, 3 years from now, 2 years from now, 10 years? I mean, what's your head on the tipping point when Longcrete won't be needed at all because we will have managed in a different way?
Thank you, Representative. The model that Mark Solar provided for us was one in which there are 3 facilities, one in each of the regions, smaller, more community-based, with the possibility of or the necessity of having a secured section of that particular building. And so what we're doing now is we're really sort of assessing the system as we put these new initiatives into place to see exactly where the numbers are. And I'm not quite sure where that where that breaking point is. We're not sure, we know that we'll always have some need for a facility secure resource. Not quite sure what that number is. And so we're sort of in the assessment phase. We'll know more as time goes on and we see the impact of the regional care teams, which will be funded, and the community-based housing. And so not quite sure at this point. We'll continue to assess and see the data, look at the trends, working with all the stakeholders in the system. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator, you're on mute.
Sorry. My clock was ringing, that's why. Representative Morales, followed by Representatives Warren and then Pickett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let's see. Okay. I think you referenced this, Commissioner, as this is phase 1. And so I know that there are a number of other recommendations in the CCLP report, and one of them being supervision and lengthy supervision. And that's on page 97 of the report, where it talks about that many youth are placed on lengthy terms of supervision, a fact that contributes to the sizable percentage of admissions to detention for technical violations of terms and conditions. Is that going to be something that you're going to be addressing in future phases?
I think one of the things that we're addressing right now is length of stay. And I think that, the STEP program has already contributed to reducing the length of stay for girls in secure confinement. We also want to, when Barings opens up, that will make a major impact on length of stay for boys. Long-term supervision, as judges will commit youth and all that. I think that the interesting thing is right now we've seen a significant reduction of kids committing. And so I think, the way to address, kids getting committed and reducing that is to kind of continue to build things up at the front end of our system. And so I think, that will, I think this is kind of the approach to kind of hit it at the front end of the system and to kind of really peel back. And so kids who wind up committing, that number is much lower. And so, but right now I'm not looking at the, we're just dealing with the kids that are coming into our system and their commitment.
Right. Well, I don't disagree with you on that, on, upstream prevention. Around going back to, the trainings just briefly, because I think we do need trainings, we really need to understand these issues. We need to understand where these young people are. Can you all hear me? I'm seeing a lot of frozen people.
We can hear you.
You can, okay. Again, I'm gonna go off again. But I think what would be really helpful, and maybe you have them already, is to see policies in place. Because with the policy, then we have accountability to ensure that the trainings are effective. So do we have policies that exist now that will guide staff trainings on race and gender bias, on LGBTQ policies, on anti-bias curriculum that we're using to mitigate, racial inequities? Do we have those? And if we don't, are you developing those?
So the best way to answer that, it's a great question. The way that we maintain accountability to that is that every year, there's basic training, which is the training that staff get when they first come in to work. And then there's ongoing training. And so that training is 40 hours, on top annually. And those training topics will change based on the needs and kind of the evidence base or the new training opportunities that we can provide for staff. So every year, the training office will get together with the administrators and look at issues that we're seeing that might be new, that the officers need additional training on that. And then that goes into the required 40 hours of training. And so if officers do not get those 40 hours, they can no longer, they could potentially lose their certification. So the accountability is really in the policy. I think to your point is that they are required to attend the 40-hour, the annual 40-hour training based on, and those trainings change from year to year based on current trends and needs and things like that. So I think that's the best way I can answer your question. That those training requirements are baked into the policies and procedures, and then the fact that the staff are required to attend those trainings, or they can't work in the facility.
If I may just follow up quickly, Madam Chair.
Go right ahead.
One more question. I won't ask more questions beyond this training issue. I think my question was really specifically about detailed policies that get at the concerns raised in the CCLP report about how we work with young people, and that we don't have policies yet that guide staff on race and gender bias, that guide them on LGBTQ children and how to work with them, and that guide them on anti-bias. And so that I think your answer is that we don't have those in policy yet.
We not entirely. I think there's work to do, but we do have an LGBTQ policy that addresses training and looking at how we address youth coming into our facility. So there is some beginnings of that, but yeah, there's always, I think, improvements that we can make to really help drive our practices.
Thank you.
Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner and Deputy Commissioner, for being here today. Just a couple of different questions. Trying to get a sense, more of a sense of the regional care teams. I like the idea, and so I'm trying to envision, what do they look like? Who are they made up of? Are they teachers? Are they social workers? Can you give me an example of, what the teams look like, and how often do they meet? Do they meet as needed? Just a little bit more about what this system is.
Sure, they're co-facilitated, and so in juvenile field corrections, each regional office is run by what we call a regional correctional administrator, an RCA. And so the RCAs co-facilitate the teams. The Region 1 team is co-facilitated by Jill Ward, who you know, and then the Region 2 is co-facilitated by Mara Sanchez out of the Muskie School, and Region 3 is co-facilitated with Erica King, also out of Muskie. So there's kind of this public-private partnership, and then there's state agency representatives from the Department of Education and Office of Children and Family Services and Child Welfare, depending upon the region and whatnot. And so also there are community providers. We have our our wraparound service providers, Wings and Opportunity Alliance attends the meetings. There will be local mental health and behavioral health providers that meet. And what happens is that the team usually meets once a month, and they meet and they review. Typically, there's a referral, and it's a young person that has, in spite of everyone's best efforts to try to reduce the risk of that person potentially winding up at Long Creek, either detained or committed. There's a lot of challenges to that case. And so they'll review the case from a multidisciplinary perspective and come up with ways to kind of support that young person in a creative way. Having everyone at the table at one time is very powerful rather than a separate siloed approach to the work. And so they review these cases in order to divert youth from winding up in the deep end of corrections. At the same time, because they're reviewing these cases, what they're doing is they're compiling data. They're saying, gee, we've had a number of kids that have come to us with a similar issue. It could be a housing issue, or it could be a service issue around needing some type of home-based treatment or home-based intervention that doesn't exist in a particular area. So they're keeping tabs on some local gaps in the system that they could potentially use. Right now, they've had the Juvenile Justice Advisory Group has funded the regional care teams with about $60,000 for flex funding to be able to immediately assist a young person that may need something very quick. They may need a laptop or a cell phone to be able to stay connected in school or with a mental health provider. And so they can immediately kind of check to get that so that young person doesn't fall through the cracks. But they're keeping data. And this is where, when it comes into our priority 3, we need to ramp up their work and develop more, a bigger relationship with their community to be able to hear from their community as far as what are other gaps, in these areas that we need to look at, to fund or to offer communities to better serve kids so the system doesn't have to serve the kids. So that's by and large how they're working right now.
And just to follow up, Madam Chair?
Yes, of course, go ahead.
Do the regional care teams also work with other children that haven't already been justice system involved?
Not right now.
Thank you. So this funding, the 1.2 million that's flowing out, and I have a better picture, thank you very much, of the regional care teams. This is really about youth that are already system involved. So we'll still be sort of seeing a void for kids that without services are heading to becoming system involved. Okay, that's helpful to me. Thank you for that.
Representative Pickett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, on the page 4 of the document, on the 14 vacant positions. Now, those 14 vacant positions, are those positions that are have been within your budget that have been funded even though they're vacant, or are they vacant positions that now you're utilizing in this program and funding?
Yes, Representative, those are positions that are vacant. They've historically been filled over time, but due to the reduced population at Long Creek, we felt it unnecessary to fill those positions. But there currently are positions that we are funded that we can convert into resources in the community.
So the answer is, like you said, they are vacant positions right now, but they are funded positions.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Anyone else? I have a question for Colin, I guess. Colin, along with reading the strategic plan There's my, I also read what was sent to us, the Maine Juvenile Justice System Assessment. And that was prepared by Drexel University and you know what? I looked at February 2020, so that's a year ago. I'm sorry, I looked at that like it was last month. However, one thing struck me was that one of their summaries, data summary, was committed youth had long stays, length of stays, which you acknowledged, and with low risk staying substantially higher than the high risk. And we're talking like a year and a half or more. What kind of model, or I should say evaluation or assessment, will you be using? That to me is flawed. The assessments always came up higher than what your gut feeling was, but we all had to follow the assessment. Are you intending to follow a different kind of assessment to put them out in the community?
I guess, I'll respond to the fact that, that youth that come in, that and may stay longer, that potentially are risked, and lower, but they stay longer. I think that just anecdotally speaks to those youth that are higher needs. And so, our ability to transition a young person into the community really is dependent on what they're transitioning to. And so, and the support. Clearly, we want to transition youth, back to their homes, and all that. Not every youth that we transition has a safe home to go back to. And so it really, requires us to be creative and to develop, kind of transitional plans that may involve an extended family member, or it may involve, some type of level support that isn't in the home, but we know it doesn't need to be in a locked institution. And so I think that's why one of our bigger areas of priorities is to develop these community residences that these youth can step into, and be in the community, albeit under a structured program, but they're in the community and they're not in an institution. And so I think, you just can't use one. I mean, I think this is your question too. You just can't use one assessment, risk, high or low. The youth that come into our system, have a much more complex story than that. And I think that's the challenge. So it's not that simple that we can just, create a policy and release all low risk kids. I think when we can, we do. But I think that what we really, now the population that we've gotten down to, we really need to look at alternatives and step downs, for these kids to get them out of Long Creek, but to continue to support them as they gradually transition back into the community.
I don't know if that completely answers my question, but that's okay. I just envision and I trust that you really are going to have to look at a different kind of assessment because the outcome is different. It's not a lockdown facility, it's a community, and the assessment has to be fair. So, okay, I'll follow up on that. Thank you. Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a couple more questions. I know you were asked about the future of the building, and at this point you aren't prepared maybe to answer that question, but is the previous possible proposal of moving women to Long Creek off the table?
Thank you for that question. We've had no further discussion regarding the movement to Long Creek since last session when we spoke. There's been no more discussion or planning of it.
have you considered, I mean, is now the right time to get, as we're making these decisions, and along with the budget process, which we have to figure out process too, because along with the budget process, we also have 2 bills. I know that you met with your co-chairs, Commissioner Liberty. Is it the plan that you would put this plan into one of the bills that are coming before the committee?
I believe it's, the plan is for a change package.
So that this will go in the governor's change package?
Yes, I believe that's the
Okay.
plan. Yep.
Thank you for that. So is it also time to get an appraisal of that property so that we actually have all of the data as we're making decisions for a year, 2 years down the road?
One of the, thank you for that question. One of the pieces of the Brennan bill talks about this in the next coming months, coming year, to do assessments for at each region, exploring facilities that may be adequate for staff secure and secure facilities in each of those regions. There's no discussion about an appraisal for the property. I'm not involved in any of those discussions. That's really a BGS sort of work, I guess. But we've had no discussions about any closures or repurposing for any other purpose other than youth. We've had no discussions about that.
Okay, thank you for that. And my final question, you know, we often quote the saying, never about us without us, right? That we should always be talking about folks who have lived experience. Have you already, or do you plan to sit with the folks of Maine Youth Justice and the other folks that were part of the Juvenile Justice Task Force and get their feedback on what you're thinking, or have they been involved in this process up to this presentation today?
Thank you for that. That's a good point. I would be very pleased to meet with them and discuss, as we have in the past. We used their testimony and their engagement in the task force work that we did to form our action plan. And so we listened to them. As you know, I think we had 4 or 5 town hall meetings, and they were very engaged. We had not only the formal testimony that occurred at the town hall meetings, but we also had informal discussions. And I heard their voices over and over and over, and I listened to them. And as we formed this plan to do community-based and reduce the population at Long Creek, it was all part of their testimony and part of their objective that influenced what we're doing here today. But we will set up a meeting with them, hear them again, and I want them to be engaged. I want them to have share their opinions, because as you mentioned, their voices are critically important to this process.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
I don't see any other hands up.
I see Representative Morales has her hand up.
Well, just as you spoke, I saw that. Okay. Representative Morales.
Thank you, Senator. And I want to thank you for your questioning on length of stay, because it made me realize I did have another question to follow up with based on the CCLP report. And it ties really closely in with length of stay. And I know we are trying to reduce that. And what the report, highlighted throughout the nation and with best practices, both with data and research, is that any period of incarceration beyond 6 months doesn't provide any public safety benefit and really is more harmful in terms of getting that young person back into the community, prepared to engage with education, with jobs, with all kinds of things like that. And it seems like we have to come to a place where we recognize that we have a 1-year mandatory minimum sentence for all young people, regardless of crime. And so these two things of wanting to reduce length of stay, but continuing to have a policy where all young people have this mandatory minimum sentence. I don't understand how we get to a place where we're in policy agreeing to move forward on that if we don't agree that outdated policy, which I don't believe is a policy anywhere else in the nation, is something we should continue. Any thoughts on that?
I would just say that I recognize that this is an ongoing conversation, and all the stakeholders are talking about this. I believe that interested parties had a conversation on Friday about this, and we'll continue to talk about that. Yeah, Colin, if you wish.
Yeah, I just, I think a lot of people believe that the mandatory minimum requires kids to stay a year at long period without any work. That's just completely not true. And so the issue is it's the mandatory minimum of an indeterminate sentence. And so the youth could leave if a youth is committed and if there is something is found for a youth could be released a month or 2 months after they've been committed. And in fact, there have been a number of youth that need a higher level of care, and they transition to a mental health program and all that. So the mandatory minimum is a minimum for an indeterminate sentence. And so, that's my concern. So I think that there's a misnomer that we have fixed sentence in Maine, and that kids are required to stay a year, all kids that get committed, and that's not the case. And I do feel strongly that there is, when youth come into our system, that not only do they need, stabilization and assessment and treatment and programming when they come in to Long Creek, they also need the support when they transition out. And so a lot of times the indeterminate time period allows for that level of supervision and support to continue when a youth is outside of Long Creek. And so that's why it's a difficult situation. Really no one wants a kid to stay longer than they need to be. But we also want kids, the work that we put into them when they get to Long Creek, we want to be able to make sure that they're supported and that treatment is supported when they leave. And so if you end, or cut short of that, there's a potential risk for those youth to be cut off from everything.
I appreciate that. If I could just follow up, because I'm reading from page 113 of the CCLP report, recommendations on policy changes. It says, number 6, eliminate the mandatory required year of commitment to the Department of Corrections, which is currently in statute, and create length of stay guidelines for youth in placement that are aligned with research both in Maine law and in policy. And it cites to Kentucky Senate Bill 200, Utah's House Bill 239. So just flagging that for your review, Commissioner and Deputy Commissioner, that there are other models out there that are consistent with best practices. This is a law that's been in place for a long time in Maine, and I'd like to see some movement on it. So thank you.
I see Representative Lookner, followed by Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this question for Commissioner Liberty, we talk, I hear a lot, and I'm really interested just to know more about, so when it comes to interested parties and when it comes to stakeholders, are we really considering the voices of former residents at Long Creek, and have any of those people been brought into this discussion in creating this plan? And would any of them be willing to come speak to this committee about this plan?
As we conducted this work, as many in this room did, the voices of the youth that had been previously resided in Long Creek were very much embedded in this discussion. And one of the really critical parts for me was we did our training, we did our work in the workshop sessions, but following that, each time we did that, we did regional town hall meetings, and the youth were very well attended and were very involved in the discussion. And I attended every one of those town hall meetings, as did, I think, Representative Warren and others, and we listened to those youth. And much of that testimony was very moving, very, very moving. And myself, I know Representative Warren, I know Colin, I know many of us in this virtual room listened to those voices, took to heart what they had to say. They were legitimate concerns and observations for people that live that. And so this is the results of that effort and the work that we did last year. this proposal, this action plan results from hearing those voices. As I mentioned to Representative Warren, I will personally reach out and we'll conduct a meeting with the youth, and I'll brief them on this plan, and I'll get their input. And we're very willing to hear those voices and modify in those areas that make sense after hearing their voices. Their perspectives, their opinions are valued, and I listen to them. There were very moving testimonials at all those town hall meetings. And those are some of the most important meetings that I attended last year. It was important for me to hear, and it was important for all of us to hear those voices. And we're taking action now. I told them I'd take action. I think we met at the USM, and I stood up and I said, we will take action on this. And this proposal carves out a third of the resources at Long Creek as we start this process. An aggressive third of the resources at Long Creek will be redeployed in the community, and this is just the beginning.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are you all set, Victoria? All set? Okay, I'll go
Yes,
to.
thank you. And thank you, Commissioner. I was there and I heard you say that, and I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Representative Warren?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I got confused in the conversation about the mandatory minimum of 1 year, because I know we've talked about this for a while, and I got confused. Commissioner O'Neill, you said it's a mandatory minimum of an indeterminate sentence. So first of all, we got to clean that up right there, because a mandatory minimum of an indeterminate sentence is obviously, if your view is that it should be an indeterminate sentence, people aren't reading it that way. You and I both know that. We really understood that it was a mandatory minimum, but now I'm hearing that it isn't a mandatory minimum. So if it isn't a mandatory minimum, then will you support us removing the mandatory minimum?
So it's, I agree with you. I think there's a lot of misunderstanding because the language is not helping at all. When people hear mandatory minimum, everyone thinks that a kid has to stay for a year at Long Creek. That's what they hear. And when it's a mandatory minimum of an indeterminate sentence, it's the end date of the supervision of DOC has to be a year. But where the Department of Corrections houses or programs for that youth is not required to be a year at Long Creek. So the indeterminate is based on a youth coming to Long Creek, being assessed, doing a program and transitioning them out into the community when it's ready, when they're ready and safe to do so. And so the judge will give a youth commitment not to exceed a period of time, and that commitment is the supervision of the Department of Corrections. Okay, so they're committed to us and all that. And once they come to us, like I said, we decide based on assessment and all that what they need to do at Long Creek to be safe, to reduce risk. And then when they transition back out into the community, they can still do that within that year or whatever length the commitment is. And so the indeterminate part of it really is an incentive. A lot of youth will tell you that, gee, I got a year commitment, but if I do a program and I do well, I can be out in a 3 to 6 month period of time. And so that can happen. So anyway, I agree with you. I think language is very confusing. But people need to know we do not have a fixed sentence in Maine where kids have to stay, which I agree that is not okay. I think I've seen the indeterminate piece of our work really well for youth. And if you ask the staff that work in the facility, it's a huge incentive for kids to engage in their program.
So then do you support, I think we just get rid of that language, right? If the goal is kids are struggling, they come to us, we're going to help them. That's the end of the role, right? so do you support, it doesn't sound like we need that language. So do you support just getting rid of that language? We could do that in either Representative Brennan's bill or Representative Lookner's bill.
I guess I'm not sure what getting rid of that language would do in the sense that, again, it's the length of time that the DOC supervises the youth. And so that's the critical piece of it. And I would be concerned if getting rid of that language also gets rid of so how long is the amount of supervision within DOC? Is it 30 days? Is it a month? Is it 2 months? And again, that can turn into unintended shock sentences where, because of the length, you need to put the stake in the ground somewhere as to what's the length of time that DOC is going to supervise that youth.
Well, I guess it depends on if we're seeing it as punishment or if we're seeing it as correction or help. And when 50% of the kids that are there because there's no other place, the year seems rather arbitrary.
Yeah, I guess, again, I don't believe the whole story is that they don't have any other place. The very small amount of youth that are at Long Creek right now are there, and the judges have put in there that there's a public safety issue to that. And so I think that needs to be, public safety isn't always mediated by just finding those youth a place to stay. A lot of those youth had a place to stay prior to commitment, and the judge determined that there was a serious public safety risk and that they needed to be committed to the department.
I'll take some time to think about this, but I really feel like there's two things we're saying here, and maybe that's because I'm misunderstanding. So I'd like to come back, and I think we'll have this conversation again, obviously, when we get to the bills around this. But I'm trying to understand the purpose of it. So thank you for answering my questions.
Representative Morales?
I don't have a question. Thank you.
What, is that a permanent hand, Victoria? I don't know. Okay.
My apologies.
No, that's quite all right. Good. Anyone else? I mean, I think what I've heard this morning is that the department heard this committee loud and clear. I think we all appreciate the strategic plan. It's a model, something to follow, but the concerns that the members had are very valid, and I think you've heard that loud and clear. And so the discussion, and I can appreciate how difficult, not really difficult, I think you are entering a new way of doing things, that the hybrid with the community, you've already made connections with the community. Now you're going to get married. I mean, you're actually going to depend on each other. And that's where the discussion should be. I appreciate the fact that Department of Education is involved, Children's Services involved. I think we're on the same road. So we need more discussion, and I appreciate all the questions the members had. And as much as you felt the juveniles had valid comments, I know Commissioner Liberty, you'll take this to heart also, and continue the dialogue, and that we're also a part of that dialogue. So thank you very much. Any questions, any other questions? I think I'm not missing, I keep moving my papers and losing them. That's exactly what we were supposed to do today. I don't see any other questions. This afternoon, we have another session. We'll be with public safety, where we'll educate the commissioner also. No, I'm just kidding. We've got very good questions for that also. So if not hearing any questions or seeing any raised hands, I will call this part of our meeting ended. So thank you very much, and nice seeing you, Senator Seaway. We'll see you at 1 o'clock. So Ms. Fahey, is there any direction you want to give about, is this the same Zoom link for 1 o'clock?
Yes.
Okay,
We'll just
so
go on
we'll
break.
just mute ourselves. Representative Pickett.
Yes, Madam Chair. On the schedule for today, we have a work session with Department of Corrections right after this briefing.
No, we've already had this. Is this, wait a minute, I may be very wrong. Representative Warren.
The plan was that we would continue on with the budget, but since we're going to be back at 1, maybe we take a lunch break and then come back at 1 for the DPS. But we do need to get back to the DOC budget work. When do we have them scheduled next? The 15th. So is that Monday? Yeah, Monday we'll get back to the DOC.
Sorry, I did overlook all of that. I felt like we were doing the budget, but we haven't. That's correct. So on the 15th, so I think we're done with DOC right now, and we'll break and come back at 1. Is that?
Senator, I just want to remind you, I have another meeting at that time, so I'll join you around at a little after 2, I think.
Yep. Okay. All right, then. We will see each other again. Representative
Senator?
Pickett, yes.
Yeah, I also have a work session at 1 too, so I'll be a little late getting back.
Okay. We won't answer all the big questions. We'll wait. So, all right. I guess we come back on the 15th anyways. We will continue with the budget, the rest of the budget. You're right. We talked only about juveniles. So that's why we have co-chairs. All right. Thank you very much, corrections, and members will come back at 1 o'clock where we have public safety. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello. Deb, I'm trying to get the chat away on the side. I'm afraid to press anything. I don't want to lose. If I press the X, I'll probably get out. No.
There's a little down arrow on the left.
Yes, okay, great.
Go to that and say close.
Close. Da, thank you. I didn't see the little arrow. Yes? Hey, Dan. My flowers are still real.
I see that.
Yep.
I see that.
When my son moved into his new apartment, I brought him a plant and it was dying. So his aunt, my sister-in-law, said, "You've got to sing to it." He just called me. He's been singing all weekend and it's coming back to life. Just like that commercial, sing to it. So Grayson, I'm still offering to give you a tour of the correctional facility.
Well, let's wait till I'm vaccinated, and
Yeah.
I don't know how long that'll take.
Yep.
But I'll certainly take you up on that.
I'll make sure I get the best officer to tour you around. By that, I mean a really good guy, really fun guy.
Look forward to it.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, one more. Lois, your glasses look like sunglasses and that you're actually at outside. Oh, you're muted. Okay.
There to protect your eyes from the computer.
Yeah.
And I had such terrible eyes last week that I decided I would, even though it makes me look like I'm in the mafia, that that I would try to wear them at least periodically so that my eyes wouldn't hurt so
You
bad.
too, Grayson. Deb, I've got a note here from Senator Searways having trouble getting in.
I see him. He is in.
Oh. He probably doesn't have his, okay, so he's there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, we have a quorum.
It goes, just so you can hear me, but I to see even myself on here, it won't allow me to start my video, so it's.
Do you see the video camera on the bottom? And
It
does
just came up. It just came up on my screen to start, so.
That's
okay.
happened to me too. Good.
Yeah,
Well, welcome.
thank you.
Well, this is part 2 of today. Again, it's March 8th. This is 1 p.m. And this afternoon, we are reviewing the budget again. And now with the Department of Public Safety, and scheduled initially for discussion will be the Emergency Management Agency, better known as MEMA, and the Maine Fire Protection Service. And Commissioner, I thought once we do the protection service, are you going to be answering that, or will Joseph Thomas be available? You will be doing that?
Yes, good afternoon, Senator and members of the committee. I will be representing the Fire Protection Services Commission budget this afternoon. Chief Brooks is actually traveling and is in Colorado at the moment. So he's unable to join us as the chair, but I'm happy to certainly take any questions and circle back if I don't know the answer.
I thought for today, after we did the 2 that I just mentioned, MEMA and the Protection Service, maybe we could go right into, it's on page 55, the Fire Marshal's Office. Would that be okay? Good, and get all the fire stuff out. Good. Well, people may have been joining us today, this afternoon, just for public safety. So I'd like to have the members introduce themselves. I'm Senator Susan DeChambeau from District 32, which is Biddeford and surrounding towns. I am the Senate Chair. Our House Chair, Charlotte Warren, Representative Charlotte Warren, is testifying right now at a different committee. She'll be joining us afterwards. And I will recognize Representative Renecki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm coming to you from the Capitol, and I represent House District 108, which is Fairfield, Mercer, and Smithfield. And once again, I'll say we need to meet in person. This is not good for our constituents. Thank you.
Representative Lookner.
Good afternoon. I'm Representative Grayson Lookner in Portland, District 37, parts of Libbytown, Strawwater, Naces Corner, Rosemont. Thanks.
Thank you. Representative Newman.
Yes, Dan Newman, District 76, which is Belgrade, Rome, Mount Vernon, Fayette, Vienna, and Wayne.
Thank you. Senator Seaway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. I'm Senator Scott Searway, and I'm in District 16, which represents Waterville, Fairfield, Benton, Albion, Clinton, and Unity Town.
Good. Representative Pluker.
Hi, I'm coming to you from Warren. I also represent Hope, Appleton, and part of Union, House District 95. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Senator Lawrence, would you please introduce yourself?
Thank you, Senator DeChambeau. I'm Mark Lawrence. I represent Senate District 35, which is Southern York County. The towns of York, Gunquit, Kittery, Elliott, South Berwick, and Berwick. Half of Berwick.
Great, thank you. Representative Costain.
Good afternoon, Dan Costain. I represent District 100, which is part of Etna, Dixmont, Newport, Plymouth, and Corinna. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, along with Representative Warren, Representative Pickett will be testifying at a different committee, I believe. So both of them will join us when they're done their commitment there. And Lois, Representative Rickett, would you introduce yourself, please? Oh, you're muted. I'm sorry.
Taking off my disguise. Anyway, my name is Lois Rickett, and I represent District 31, which is the ocean end of South Portland, which if you looked at my Facebook page, you would see I was on the shore of yesterday while a friend of mine went swimming for International Women's Day.
Whoa.
I did not. Thanks.
And I won't join you either. Okay. All right. And joining us also is our policy analyst, Jane Overton, and our committee clerk, Deb Fahey. Thank you. And so, as I mentioned this afternoon, we are being entertained by Commissioner Michael Sawchuk of the Department of Public Safety. And Commissioner, you may make your own introduction and then just go right into the agenda that we have this afternoon. Welcome.
Thank you, Senator. I truly do appreciate that. Just for my own clarity, I guess, did you want to go with MEMA first and then the Fire Commission, or would you? I'm sure they're pretty short in comparison to us, but that's entirely up to you, Madam Chair.
I think we'll go with the agenda, which is MEMA.
Okay.
Perfect. And that's really on page 26.
Director Rogers, you can buy me a coffee later, man. Don't worry about it. It's all good.
Okay.
Commissioner, you are all right. Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator DeChambeau and the committee. It's very good to see you all today and to be here. I also have with me my Deputy Director, Joe Legee, who is also on, and we stand ready to answer your questions.
Just the questions. Okay. Anybody have any questions of Mr. Rogers? Seeing none? Wow, you get off easy. Oh, Representative Wernicke. Yes, go right ahead.
You didn't really think it was going to be that easy, did you, Senator?
I was trying to go fast.
Just to clarify for myself here, on page 20, well, it's 28, it is a federal expenditure, but I'm looking at just any real and new initiatives. Is there anything that isn't just a shift in position, or are there any new initiatives or anything, any new positions? I don't think I see any, but I just wanted to double check with that.
No, you're correct, Representative. We have shifting some funds from different accounts to meet the requested 10%, but we do not have anything new other than position shifts. We do have a couple of employee initiated reclassifications, but that is about all at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Good question. Anyone else? And that is it for MEMA.
Senator, before we move on, do you want to then indicate from that all of the MEMA proposals are tentatively in and approved?
Oh, I forgot about the end. Does anybody have an objection to that? All the numbers are there. So do you?
So I'll write them tentatively all in from initiative 657 through 665.
Okay, yep. We didn't take a roll call vote, did we, last time?
No, we just asked anybody to identify if they were not in agreement.
Okay. Representative Pluka, were you raising your hand? No?
Yes, I did. I'm sorry. I was just getting caught up because we hadn't got, do we want to go through the initiatives one by one just to see if we're all in agreement? I hadn't actually read each one individually. Or if that seems too much, then I don't want to waste committee time.
That would be a good suggestion if you want to do that. So we're looking at MEMA and, well, the general fund, anyone on the first half of that page?
I'm sorry, we're looking at reference number 657, is that right?
I'm trying to find 657. That's, oh yes, right, 657. Thank you.
I have no questions.
All in agreement? All right, good. And let me turn the page. Reference 658. And the justification is reclassification. That's pretty normal, right? No objection, hearing none, that's an in. And 660.
Oh, excuse me, Senator, 658 has a companion 659. Did you do them both?
I missed that 650, yeah, same thing, yep. They're both reclass, right? Now we're up to 660. Reduces operating funds. No objection, seeing none, we'll move on, that's an in. I'm up to 661 and I believe 662 together. Any questions on that? I see Representative Lookner.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. So this is a position that is being eliminated. Where, like, what position, what functions did this position perform?
Which one?
So we're on oh, wait, am I looking at 660 or 661? Oh, I think I'm on 661. I'm sorry.
I believe that's just a federal fund shift, from what I can tell.
Okay, thanks.
That's correct.
Yep.
Okay. All set? 662 has a justification in there also. Seeing no objection, we'll move on. 663. And that's the State Emergency Response Commission.
I had a question on that one, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Representative Blue.
If someone could just explain to us how long that position has been vacant and what efforts have been made to fill it.
Joe, you want to take that?
Sure thing, sir. So that position was filled effectively today. That employee actually started just today. So we've been working over the last handful of weeks here with HR to get that position posted, review applications, and go through the hiring process. So
great.
I'm
Thank you
happy
very
to
much.
say that today it's filled.
Thank you. That's good. So no objection. 663 is in. We're up to 665.
664.
Whoops.
Yeah, 664 is a companion to 663.
All right.
So everybody's right.
Yeah, go ahead, Jane.
Well, then that gets you to the last one, which is 665.
Yep.
Uh,
And that's in support of the disaster assistance program. No objection. I'm going to call that that's an in. So we're all set with that.
Yep.
Thank you very much for that. Great. Thank you. So that's it for, we're all set with MEMA. You got off easy there, Mr. Rogers.
You know, I think it was a gift, Senator. So it was exactly a year ago today that I came before this committee for the nomination of becoming the director. And I must say that it's been an interesting year for sure. So I thank you again for giving me the privilege to serve. And I thank you for your time this afternoon.
And your wife doesn't regret you being there, right? Okay.
I think she's happy that I'm out of the house more often, so it worked out well.
You're welcome. Thank you. All right. So now we will move on to, we've got fire protection. And that's on page 32, 33. Am I missing any numbers here?
No, Senator, it's a $2,000 appropriation, and it's flat funded, so there's no new initiative.
Okay.
I have a question.
Representative Reckett, go ahead.
Yeah, just so I'm confused or appropriately confused, is this the same unit that came to us with the legislation for the $500,000 a year for the, it is. So that money is not in the budget. Right now, is that accurate? So we're not voting on that, but it'll come through the fiscal note of the bill if we pass that? Is that the deal? Somebody?
Jane?
Yes, I think that's LD 242, and I think that bill may be coming out of committee today.
Mm-hmm. It's in our committee, right? Yes?
Yeah, it was unanimous, and it will come out today since I talked to them about 15 minutes ago, so.
Okay. The reason I asked is that we had we had a briefing, those of us who live in the very south here, with Southern Maine Community College yesterday, or the day before, and talked about the allocation that we have had for the live fire training. And they were talking about how important it was and blah, blah, blah. So I just passed that on, that there's a lot of enthusiasm. And that's the area that actually trains the firefighters. SMCC does, I mean.
Representative Newman, do you have a question? Okay, so we're gonna use the hand. Can we, because people are moving their hands and I'm thinking you want to speak, but I saw Representative Pluker. Did you want, go right ahead.
I was wondering if perhaps we should wait on this one to see how the disposition of the bill, just to see if another potential avenue for adding funds for these fire protection services would be to go through the budget as opposed to just through the bill. If Representative Reckett had an idea about that.
Go right ahead, Lois, if you wish to make a comment on that. Oh, you're muted, Lois.
I have a little white thing that sits over my mute button just to confuse me. I mean, I don't know what the impact of us putting that in here would be in the absence of the bill having been voted by the legislature as a whole. I just don't know the process piece of it.
Jane, could you enlighten us on that?
I would go out on a limb here and guess that since you all approved $500,000 worth of funding on an ongoing basis, that you would approve the $2,000 base allocation. And so perhaps what you would like to do is actually, there's no initiative here for you to really have to weigh in on. If you would like to make a comment in your report back, pointing the Appropriations Committee to LD 242 and to your approval, that would be one approach you could take.
I think I would like us to do that because I think it gives emphasis to the fact that if the bill passes, they've got that. They also know that we've looked at it and are in support of it. Not that they wouldn't know that because it came out of our committee, but I mean, it just feels like a particular additional push, that's all.
I'll make a note of that. I'll talk with Representative Warren. That's page 33. The fire protection, and it is LD 242, so we can even add that in there and demonstrate that to them that it was unanimous.
Mm-hmm.
You're welcome, Senator Sayaway. Good job. We'll go to bat for you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay. So that's the fire protection service. Let's see. Now we've got, I suggested to Commissioner Sawchuk, since we're into the fire service, if you would turn to page 55, that was another one we had not taken up, so we might as well take it up. That's with Fire Marshal's office. Might as well get the fire stuff out of the way. So page 55. Is everybody there? Okay. So now this is the fire marshal's budget here. So we're down to reference 2335.
Sorry, could you say the page number, Madam Chair?
5555. And 2335 is the Bureau of Human Resources approved a reclassification of one fire investigator position to senior fire investigator, retroactive, wow, December of 2019. That's, having gone through that myself, that's what happens. It takes that long. And so, anybody have any objection to 2335? Seeing Representative Renecki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just wondering, the same kind of issues that I had last week is the significant amount of personal services in the baseline budget anyway. For example, if you look at the top on the baseline budget from 2021 to 21-22, we are looking at, well, 80 some odd $1,000 there. And then if you follow down under special revenue funds, the personnel, I don't know if that carries forward, but I'm looking at about a $400,000 increase from the 2021 to the 21-22. Is there an explanation for that before we move too far forward?
Yes, hello. Good to see everybody again. Appreciate the question, Representative Rudnicki. In one of the documents that we sent out on Friday, and I think there were many, so I apologize. It's a Friday afternoon data dump to everybody. We actually used the Capitol Police as an example because I think that was a question that you had last week. And we're going to see this over and over again in probably every one of our bureaus. Some won't be as large, right? But it really does speak to the increase in wages, contractually speaking, the longevity pay for the various departments, cost of health, dental, and workers' comp insurance. The reason those aren't in separately as an initiative is because they're entered as the baseline by the budget office, because everybody has that across the board, depending on the number of people. All right. So if you get the 60 people times that 3%, versus the state police as an example, that's closer to 425 people. So we don't list it out or break it out during our presentations, but that's where those increases come from. And we just use the Capitol Police example from page 38 to break it all out into why there were the increases that you're referring to. In hopes that that would be a general answer for a lot of these moving forward, similar to an explanation we did for state cap, which we're going to see over and over again. But happy to try to dig in on the individuals if you like. I may not have specific information reference to that baseline. I'm just giving you what the math looks like behind the scene, what the formula would look like.
Thank you. I do appreciate that. I just have concerns when you're looking at that much money, because it's about $80,000 for 6 people. If you look at the count, which is over $13,000 a person as an increase. Now, I understand that parts of it, but I just, it's because we all know that there's going to be an insurance increase. That's just almost a given nowadays. And some of that other stuff. I just have a concern in this day and age when there are so many people that are hurting. And this goes across the board for the budget statewide, to be honest with you. But where there's so many people in the private sector that are hurting and not getting raises and losing their jobs and all this, that we're giving automatic, and I understand there's a contract, but we're in contract negotiations for some things now anyway. But those automatic increases, it just also feels like there's kind of a little bit of a slush fund all along. So that's just my perception, but I just wanted to get that out there that, those type of increases when, I get a couple $3,000 per person, but when it's 10 to 12 to $15,000 a person, I kind of have some issues with that. So those are my comments. So thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for raising the question or the comment, Representative Rudnicki. It truly is not any one individual commissioner's doing, and it's a formula basically, and I agree with you. Significant is when someone applies for a reclassification of their position based, they begin on the day they submitted it, so that's taken a couple of years. So, all right, thank you. So we are given that. All in favor of 2335 reference number. Thank you. I'm now up to 2336. And well, here's one for you, Representative Rudnicki. It goes down. Give him
the second year it goes down.
All right. And that is another reclass. Do you have any questions on that one? The justification is self-explanatory. Seeing none, we'll go with 2336. All right, Representative Rudnicki, you got it? Good, thank you. We shall do that. Now 2337. That's about 17,000, and the initiative is written there. This includes one assistant state fire marshal position, and that's in the retirement plan. And that would be the cost. Anybody have any question on that? Oops, Representative Costain, go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, sir, can you explain what that's for?
Yes, it's very similar. You're going to hear a lot of these presentations, so maybe this isn't the best way to put it. But in our last conversation last week, we discussed a couple of data system administrators from the dispatch unit that the positions had been approved, but the terminology had been left out of a list of employees that belonged in a retirement program. This was a new lieutenant or assistant state fire marshal in charge of investigations, a new position that we've recently filled in the last 6 months and was approved in the last session. We just need to include the position in an existing retirement plan. So this is just rolling Lieutenant Gardner's position into the retirement plan. So it was an oversight, really, when we added the position. We should have done it the first time around.
Follow up,
Yep,
Senator. So, sir, it says here, though, it says Assistant State Fire Marshal. So I would assume that's McCarthy, right? He's the Assistant Fire Marshal.
It's good detail, sir. So with State Fire Marshal and then 2 Assistant State Fire Marshals. Rich is one of them, McCarthy, and then Troy Gardner is the Assistant State Fire Marshal in charge of investigations, or the lieutenant in charge of that. Just terminology kind of thing. It's a good catch.
Okay, I thought we had one. I had forgot about Troy Gardner's position. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good question. Good. So this is reference number 2337. Good questions. If we're all in agreement, we'll move on. I'm up to 2338. Wow, rent increase. Can't get away from that. And that is 17,000 on both sides, on both years. Seeing none. Oh, Representative Wernicke.
You didn't think you were getting it away that easy, did you, sir? Okay, just a quick question. That's $1,500 a month in increased on rent? Commissioner, is that, I mean, that seems awful high, that's all.
Sure, I absolutely get you. I think you're going to see a similar increase with Maine Drug Enforcement and the overall units that fall within 45 Commerce Drive, which is the Department of Public Safety headquarters here. Highway Safety, there's a bunch of different units that do fall under this one roof. That's a contractual agreement with the leaseholder here on the property. I'm happy to dig in a little bit more on the contract and get back to you if you like, but that's what the base is, that the background is rather.
It would certainly be nice to know, why we're looking at such a substantial increase. Because I mean, that is a lot of money just for an increase. So that's all. Yeah, if you can dig into it just a little bit, especially if we're going to see the same thing moving forward in other parts of that would be fantastic.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Living in my area, that's just about right. So, so we're all, and that is a good question. Thank you. It's going to come up because that is a huge building. There are towns smaller than that building, I think. Okay. So we're all in favor of 2338. I'm up to 2339. Technology rates again. We normally just put that in. Okay, we've approved all the others when having to do with technology. I don't have any objection. Good, thank you. So I'm now up to 2340. So that is the statewide indirect cost. I don't know if I understand that. Does anybody?
Well, you, Senator, you may remember I actually punted that to Kendra the last time because I wasn't sure, but it is part of our homework that we had provided on that Friday. There's a page and a half or so. StateCap, the statewide cost allocation plan, is what StateCap actually stands for. Really, it's a program that's intended to recover the cost of providing a certain number of services to our own bureaus, right? We touched on this last time at a couple different places. And those are general department-wide functions such as accounting, personnel administration, maintenance of property records, and general purchasing. Those are the categories that tend to fall under StateCap. And when we looked at this, StateCap is referenced in numbers 2391, 2303, 2349, and this is 2340. So StateCap is in 4 different areas because that's kind of a standard, again, terminology statewide. So there's a link and there's all kinds of stuff that we had added to that response, if that's helpful in any way.
Representative Wernicke.
Just a question, because I know there's really not a whole lot we can do about this, but aren't those departments that you just mentioned, don't they submit a budget as well? Why? I mean, I guess maybe this is my confusion on budgeting with state government, but I'm just wondering, if they submit their own budget anyway, I don't know. I'm trying to think this process through, and I know it's not an easy thing.
Yes, Representative. I mean, I spent the majority of my professional career in a municipal environment with municipal budgets. And so I haven't been here that long either. From a historical perspective, my understanding is that there's always an ebb and flow. But at one point, that's how individual state departments were run, is that they would have their own budget. I would describe this more as a fee for service, right? So we're actually contracting with another state entity. Therefore, they're charging us for services, very similar to Office of Information Technology. I'm paying them for the computer that I'm speaking to you on right now. My landline phone, I'm paying Office of IT, OIT for that service. So this is a pay for service style model, which is just a different way of looking at it. And I've been told that it's a more economic way of looking at it. I haven't dug in on those numbers. That is statewide decisions by budget and a bunch of other folks. So
if anybody can get the information, Senator, if we could, at some point, I would love to know how that works a little bit better through DAFs or whatever. If they put in their own budget, and this is off the top, it's, out of this section, but if they put in their own type of budget and we're funding that budget, plus they're pulling from other budgets.
Yeah.
Do you know where I'm kind of going with that? If there's any way we could get some information at some point, I'd love it.
And I think the commissioner explained it quite well. I've seen it both ways, and it's the way it's accountability to see how much, almost for the same service, the fee for service in other departments, and for an accountant, that means a lot. So when, it's learning about government right now. So, okay. So let's go with, and thank you, Commissioner, that was very well. We know what fees for service means. So, so that's reference number 2340. We'll move, oops, I see 2 hands. And I'm gonna be fair here. Representative Pluka, followed by Representative Rickett.
This is probably just a question for Jane. How do I find the email that the commissioner's referencing came out on Friday? Do we know the subject line or anything like that?
I forwarded it to you on Friday, I would say after 4 o'clock. Can you look at your inbox?
I'll look it up that way. Yep. Thank you.
I'll take a look too and see what if I can find.
Thank
It
you.
was in our legislative mail on Friday, and if you search, her name, it'll come up that way.
Thank you.
Okay, and Representative Brickett.
Hi, my understanding of this whole operation is that in the parts of state government that we're contracting with, their own budgets would have a line item that says these are the fees we're getting from other departments. So it will balance out in that way. And I think were we to look at IT's budget, if it's separate, and I don't know if it is, then you would see you'd see the incoming money from the other parts of the state that would fund their expenditures. Otherwise, there would be a huge double dip, and I don't believe that's what's happening. So, but that's how it helps me to think about it that way.
Thank you. All right, so that's 2340. We've asked good questions and got some great explanations. So that's an in. I'm now up to 2341. That's for the purchase of vehicles for the office of the fire marshals. And the explanation is right there, funding for 3 replacement vehicles. I looked at that cost and I remember paying close to that in the municipal for one police car. Once you put all the bells and whistles, it comes up to that. So this is 3 replacement vehicles. I've got 2 hands up, and that is Representative Ranicki, followed by Representative Pickett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just questioning, how often, so how many fire marshals and how many vehicles and how often do we replace them?
Sure, great question. So on the investigative side of the house, there's a total of 15, not counting the lieutenant. So you have 12 investigators, you have 3 sergeants, and you have a lieutenant. Each one of those individuals is assigned a car. They have a desk, which they're seldom at. They're always behind the wheel. If you look at that 15 or really 12 boots on the ground investigators, they're driving all the time. That's for the entire state of Maine. So they're constantly on the move. And the benchmark for replacement is 125,000 miles per vehicle. So that's when they get to that range. These are traditionally pickup trucks with caps, quad truck cabs, because they have so much equipment. They have protective equipment, just like a firefighter, as well as the other things that they need, because they're considered to be experts in the eyes of the courts. So not only are they investigating the basics as a detective would, they're also collecting evidence, so waiting around in these scenes. And because of that, there are ramifications long-term for cancer and other things because of smoke and the things they come in contact with. So they try to separate the driver from all their gear or their equipment in the back. So these are pickup trucks, so they're not going to be cheap to begin with. And then they outfit the whole thing, so.
Thank you. That answers the questions I had on that. I certainly understand that, so that I don't have a problem with that. Thank you.
Representative Pickett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, the 125,000 benchmark for mileage on it is, how did you come up with that? I realize we're not talking about a cruiser here, and I realize how you only have so many miles in the life of a cruiser. You got to stop moving it forward. But 125,000, even though they're traveling a lot. I mean, most of these new vehicles today, just talking with one of the representatives here, and they go 200,000 miles with no problem. But I'm not saying you should have to do that. But I'm just wondering how you came up with that 125. Was it because of the trade-in value at that time, or was it? How did you come up with that figure?
Well, it's a great question, and you know the answer. I didn't come up with that figure. So we've got there's a lot of pros that are behind the scenes, and that's a piece of it, right? I do think that once you reach a certain benchmark, your trade-in value does go down marketably. I think once you reach a certain level, depending on whether it's an urban atmosphere, right, and you're driving nonstop, you're stopping and going. In the city of Portland, we weren't at 125, we were closer to 100, just because the beating that it would take in an urban atmosphere day in and day out. But this is largely, the number is largely, the formula comes from the fleet folks that start thinking, okay, at 125, are we going to have more issues with drivetrains? Are we going to have more issues with repair? And an overall thought of when's the best way to do that. We just asked to replace a couple within the last couple of months that we did through special revenue, through fees, and they were much, much higher than 125,000. So I think 125 is what that benchmark is. I don't think that happens all the time. Certainly depending on, budget crunches, year in and year out. But I can try to get, I know there's an exact science to that by people that know what they're talking about. I'm happy to dig in some more on that, Representative, if you like.
That's fine. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, so I just turned my pages. I lost the page. What page are we on?
Page 57, number 2341.
57, 24. Thank you. So that answers those questions. So we're all in on that one. Okay. And I think that's it for the fire marshals. Good. We are welcoming Representative Warren. Representative Warren, we have done MEMA, fire protection, and fire marshals. For your information, if you would make note of this also on page 33, the number, wait a minute, 33.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the fire marshal of the main fire protection service. Only 2,000, but Representative Rickett made mention that that's the appropriation for Senator Searway's bill about ongoing 500,000. And we very much in a report want to include the unanimous passage of LD 242 to let the Appropriations Committee know that we feel strongly about that. Okay.
Great. Sounds great. Thank you.
Yeah. So we can go just about anywheres now. We've done more than we said we were going to do.
Senator, this is Jane.
Yes.
Excuse me. I think you had hoped to do two other small things. On page 59, there's
Highway Fund
initiative on highway safety that I don't really know why that's here for your, but we follow in my office when the fiscal office tells us to do something, we do it. And then on page 52, there are some initiatives with emergency medical services. And I think that pretty much takes care, if you do those, that'll take care of all the little ones.
Good, we shall do that. So let's take the first one, page 59. And you might have the same question Jane just had. Highway funds all over the place. So I guess the state police have one too. And I'm sure the commissioner will explain it to us. So page 59 and Jane does, okay, it's reference number 2354.
And 55 is its companion. They're not highway, the highway fund. They are highway safety. So maybe the the commissioner could just clarify that for you.
Okay, thank you. My mistake.
No, not at all.
Right, it's not confusing at all, right? Highway fund, highway safety,
I
it's-
know.
yeah, we're
Well,
for sure.
there isn't a question. I had one, so go right ahead and explain this to us, please.
Well, I think this one is pretty straightforward, and we've discussed this during the initial testimony and beyond, is that Director Lauren Stewart for Highway Safety does a great job. She's been in that position about 12 years or so. When we started looking at cost-saving measures across the board, a piece of that equation was just simply looking at positions and saying, so this is currently being funded at 75% federal expenditures, which is probably a grant or federal funding for highway safety, and then 25% from another fund. That's really digging on that position. And when we dug in, we said, all right, well, this is really a 90-10 split instead of a 75-25 split. So it's just saying that instead of 75% federal expenditure, we think it's closer to 90%. And so that ultimately changes the other special revenue fund from 25 to 10. That's why you have that companion. 2354 is the primary change, and then 2355 is just the flip as you move and reallocate funding from one location to the next. Clear as mud, I'm sure.
Makes sense to me.
I know.
I'll move in, or I guess, are we still doing straw votes? So I will add this to the list of things we're going to eventually move in unless other folks have questions about it.
Yep, that's what yep. So we're in on 23.
Haven't we actually been voting things in?
Excuse me?
Haven't we actually been voting things in?
No.
No. Okay. All right. Never mind. Sorry.
So that was page 59.
So both reference number 2354 and 2355, I'll add to the list of things we'll eventually move in together unanimously.
And we are at the suggestion, a small one is page 52, EMS. And that's reference number 2360. And that has parentheses on it, right? No questions?
I'd suggest moving all of these, adding these to the move-in list. So that's reference number 2360, 2361, and 2362, and 2363. Oh, I have questions about 2363.
Too bad, you lose. Okay, go ahead. You have a question, Representative Warren?
Oh, sorry. I just was wondering, Commissioner, could you tell us a little about that?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Continues one business systems administrator position.
Right. So this is a position that was funded through one of those financial orders initially. We saw a few of these in the last chat that we had. And now the position is to continue that with federal expenditure funds. And this is the EMS for Children Coordinator and the federal expenditure fund. That's not general fund money. This authorizes us to spend the federal expenditure fund cash.
Okay, thank you. So it started as a financial order and is now using federal funds. Thank you for
Correct.
that.
Yes.
We like that. Okay. So that includes what Representative Warren mentioned all the way through 2363. So that concludes EMS, does it not?
And I see Representative Morales has a question, I think.
Representative Morales?
Yes, thank you. Commissioner, can you tell us what the EMS for Children coordinator does? I've never heard of it, so I'm just interested in this position.
Yeah, great. Certainly, right in your wheelhouse as far as youth and kids overall. This is providing education around this issue. It's also working with the EMS system to make sure that people have the best practices for children in the EMS world. It's collecting data specific to children and the EMS response for that specific age group. EMS is kind of broken down into a bunch of different ways. This is children specific. You may have a grant, actually there was just a handoff from DHHS or CDC rather to Maine EMS that was talking about stroke data. Very, very tight parameters for data collection. This is specific to children. It's a national formula grant. It's relatively new to us in the last few years. I think we were one of the last states in the country that didn't have that position before pursuing that with the federal government and ultimately receiving that opportunity.
Thanks. And so is it, when you say EMS, is it it's medical related, not fire data or coordination?
Correct.
Or?
Yep, it's EMS specific. So that's why it falls under Maine EMS in particular.
Yeah.
And that's very specific to children.
Yeah. And does that position work with the CDC or coordinate with the CDC
absolutely.
or the Children's Cabinet? Yeah. Great.
Yep.
Thank you.
Sure.
Representative Morales, where did you find that? I didn't pick up on that one. Did you?
They were just talking about it.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
I didn't find it. I actually never knew about it.
Okay. Now we know.
Yeah.
I would defer to you, Representative Warren. That pretty much today we did EMS, highway safety, MEMA, and the protection, fire protection.
I see Jane has her hand up. Maybe she has something to share.
Jane?
No, there's just one, I found one initiative that I don't think you voted yet under the Department of Public Safety Licensing Enforcement on page 61. Reduces funding for office supplies, number 2368 initiative.
I'll suggest we add that to the list of things to move in.
No question.
And are you,
go ahead.
Thank you. Are you saying, Jane, that we've made it all the way through the initiatives in the DPS package?
Well, we didn't do the state police or DEA, but I guess it would be a question to the commissioner. I think you finished everything except them.
Correct.
Does he agree?
When I go through this, I do think we did an amazing job day one, hitting a lot of those smaller, there's a lot of savings in here. I do think MDEA and I'm not sure if you're voting on Maine State Police or we're discussing that, or I think that usually goes through transportation, but I'm here for you, whatever you like.
I'm going to defer to Representative Warren.
If you wanted to look at the homework that we sent out on Friday, there were some answers there for people. Again, I'm here for you. It's entirely.
That was the thing I was wondering if you guys had gotten to. And Commissioner, really appreciate all of the information you guys gathered for us. coming from a lot of committee questions. How do people feel about going back through, because we had held some stuff so that we could get that information from the commissioner. We could either go back through and get all of that information, vote the ones we're ready to, or add them to the list, I guess I mean, or we can start tackling state police and drug enforcement agency. I'm really open to what other people want to do. Okay, let's go back through then. Jane, would you help us with the ones that we had questions about as we walked through on Wednesday, and Commissioner Sawchuk and his team provided us with that information over the weekend?
I don't think I've cross-referenced his submissions with the ones that were set aside or put on hold. I can bring to your attention the ones that we can do it either way. Do you want to take a look at the ones that were put on hold and then see if he sent us he can tell us if he sent us information on that?
What would you prefer, Commissioner? What would work better for you? Because I'm really open, and I think other people are as well.
I'm going to apologize up front. Remember, we didn't have the reference sheet when we started talking the last time, so I'm not up to date as I would like on what specific reference numbers they were. We're hand scratching on this side. I do have some of these. Let me just cut to the chase. Jane, if you wanted to go through the ones that are hanging there and we didn't decide the last time, I'll let you know what I have and what I don't. And then if there's something that I missed, I'll fill that in and come back to you next time. Is that okay?
That sounds really like a good plan.
Okay. And then some of the homework was it wasn't reference number specific. It was some standalone questions, I think. And we wanted to send everything to AFA, certainly to this team, as well as transportation. So if you don't remember a specific question, then it may not have been this committee's, but there's no reason to have us just send it to one group and not the other. So
yeah, we appreciate that. Thank you.
So are you ready?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay, in Department of Public Safety, the first initiative that I see with a hold on it is on page 38. It's number 2297, funding for the purchase of equipment and technology in the Bureau of Capitol Police.
And this is one of the items that we did submit.
Yep, you did.
And essentially what this is, Representative Pluker had asked specifically, what technology was in the mix on that 5,000. And I had discussed this as a match. And that is one of those documents that we shipped. And really this is $5,000. Oops, I'm sorry. I screwed something up.
Did you say which document that is? We have those 12 or 14 attachments here.
It's increased federal expenditure funds, reference 2297. Additional.
Oh, I meant, sorry, in the email that you sent to us, do you know which one of those documents it is?
It's the second one, reference 2297.
Thank you very much. Sorry for my deafness.
So this money is really intended to hold that federal expenditure account so that we could use it for a match if a grant opportunity did occur. We ran into an issue with federal grant funding for a body-worn camera program that the Capitol Police did implement that we couldn't do that with our regular system. We weren't allowed after the fact to put a $5,000, which is the minimum to open that account. We weren't allowed to do that after we had submitted the grant. So we were scrambling all over the place to try to figure out how we would do that, how we would match. Ultimately, we were able to use the Maine State Police and their existing account and kind of backtrack it to allow the Capitol Police to move forward with that. This is just trying to rectify that problem so we can, in fact, utilize federal grant funding in the future for technology purposes.
I see Representative Pluker has a question.
Thank you,
Please.
Madam Chair. So this is just so that once the federal grant money comes through to buy body cams for the Capital Area Police, you'll be able to take advantage of that grant.
Actually, the body camera was just an example for the problem we ran into. This is for any technology in the next year that comes through on the federal side, that we'd have this account open so that in fact we could use that grant funding. And that's really what we're trying to get at.
Could you give an example of the kind of technology you think you might need for the Capitol Police that might be offered from the feds?
Yeah, and I guess I'll use the body worn camera example. Constantly looking at upgrades and storage. And there's certainly a lot of moves afoot at the federal level to support those kind of programs with grants. So if and when those grants come forward, we could utilize this money to apply for those.
And one more follow-up, Madam Chair.
Yes, please.
So we're not looking at increased weaponry or that sort of thing.
No, this is technology costs and technology costs only. So Capitol Police also have mobile data terminals in their cruisers. So laptop computers that they utilize to dispatch and do reports on. Probably goes without saying, right? Everything we do is technology based nowadays. So so there's any number of grants for this, but this is not has anything to do with weaponry or anything like that.
Thank you very much. I have no objection to adding this to our package.
And Madam
Great.
Chair, I move we put it on the list.
Sounds great.
Ready for the next one on hold? Yep.
Yes.
Yes. Well, the next one that actually you would ask for information on is on page 40, number 2268. This one you actually said okay, but you asked for the commissioner for information on numbers of investigations and convictions, and also what it would cost. This is the computer crimes unit, what it would cost to catch up on all of the backlog and become proactive, were your words. I don't know, this one may involve some data work that the commission was not able to get done by Friday.
Yeah, and I apologize. I just had a conversation with Major Scott before I came in. He did receive an email from Lieutenant Scott Ireland, who runs computer crimes, reference to this category. I don't have that information right in front of me, but I will get that switched over into a memo format and we will push it back out. So we did look into this for the number of arrests, the number of detectives that would be necessary. I think Representative Sharp referred to as a blue sky number. How can we get beyond the backlog? So there is information there, and I'm sorry, I should have that one in front of me, and I do not. But 2268 is helpful to whether that's exactly the reference line or that may just be a generic information request for computer crimes.
Okay. The next one is on page 42, consolidated emergency communications. And it just has a hold on it. It's legal services cost to the Office of the Attorney General.
And that goes back, right? That speaks to the general topic that I touched on earlier about pay for services and This is an increase from the Attorney General's office for legal services that they provide to emergency communications. I don't have any additional information on that one, but I did write down that reference number this time, so I will be able to go back if you want me to try and figure out exactly what the percentage increase would be, or.
Representative Pickett, was it you who had this question about this?
Yes, I have my hand up. That's right, it was. Yeah, I had my hand up because I think it's, I just have a real issue with a state agency, even though it's just on paper, charging another state agency to do work for them and stuff like that. So, but I know after going through the budget in detail over the weekend, that it happens in several other places in here, and it's kind of like the taxes you don't like to pay, but you know what? Sometimes you got to pay them.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions about this one? Everyone good with adding it to the list of things we'll move in? Okay, great. So we'll put that on, clear that one off.
The next one I have is on page 43. It's number 2391, and it's a stay cap, another stay cap being charged to Consolidated Emergency Communications.
And that was something that the commissioner sent us, was a great explanation about what is a stay cap and et cetera, is in the email. Everyone good with adding this to the list to move in? Okay, looks like it. Great.
Oh, here, I'll go out on a limb again. We have had some other stay cap ones tabled. Does that mean that you're okay with all of the stay cap changes, or should we're going to go back through them all individually?
I am. Other people okay with all the stay cap ones now that you understand, now that we got the explanation of it?
Yeah, after we got the explanation, I think it's pretty self-explanatory now.
Thank you. On page 45, that's number 2303 is a stay cap. I'll mark that okay. On page 47, number 2396, it's a building codes and standards public safety inspector 3 position. Do we have any more information on this one?
This one was intended to be a more of a history and dig in a little bit on the MUBEC process. And that is something I can certainly write up and catalog for you. I'm happy to try to explain it verbally. I think I did that last time, and it didn't get us as much information as we need. So why don't we write that one up, and I'll circle back. 2396.
Okay.
Representative Rudnicki.
This is a new position. Is that am I correct on that? It looks like it's a new position.
I believe
Right.
it's a transfer from planning, isn't it?
So this is that conversation where MUBEC was actually under the umbrella of DECD. There was a position at DECD that DPS was actually funding in DECD's shop. The decision was made to bring MUBEC back to us, who actually run a code office, inspection office. Right? So it came back to DPS. The position was initially turned down. So we got MUBEC back. We didn't get any positions to go with it. So we were using the fees that we collect because of MUBEC to fund the position on the financial order side. And this is authorizing us long-term to utilize funding to pick up that head count.
Sorry, Commissioner, do you know if that actually came out on the other side of that budget where, I'm getting an echo here, if it's a net impact?
There really isn't, right? And I say that in the sense that we were using money out of our budget to pay for the position in somebody else's shop. We brought the position back under us, and we're using the same pot of money for fees to pay for the position now. So maybe there's an impact because this is probably a higher level position than the trainer that was at DECD. But I don't know the exact number. That's probably a better answer. I'm sure there is an increase of some sort there. It's not like it's a brand new $91,000 position. It's clean, brand new 91, if that makes any sense.
It does. That's kind of what I was looking for, to see if it was either a new position. So the fees that you were collecting, you're gonna continue, I'm assuming, to use for that, but it's just putting it in your account now, basically. Is that?
Yeah, I think we're going to be in a better position to collect fees and run the system because it's under our shop and we have somebody to run the program. So, it's just a natural fit to have them here with DPS in the Prevention and Inspections Bureau under Rich McCarthy, where a MUBEC should have been all along.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Pickett?
Yeah, I think with the explanation and stuff that we have, I don't know about anybody else, but I'm okay with this. I think rather than having to have the commissioner go through drafting some other kind of paper for us, I think it's been explained to us. We understand it now. So I would put it on the move it in list unless there's an objection to it.
I agree. Everyone feel like you got your questions answered about this one? Okay, I see a lot of thumbs up and heads shaking yes. So great, we'll add this one to the list.
Thank you very much.
I think that's all. That's all that I have listed. So I'll turn my mic off.
Thank you, Jane. Great. Well, I know that one of the things that we have, Representative Pickett, excuse me. All set? Okay. Senator DeChambeau.
Yes, I was unmuted. Okay. Jane, I just want to ask, does that mean we're all done building codes? Because that last one was building codes. Are we all done that section?
Yeah, I think you're all done with everything except for a few that you identified needing more information, except for MDEA and state police.
Okay.
In the Department of Public Safety. Haven't done corrections yet.
Yeah. So we did the academy and emergency. Okay. Yeah, I got it. Thank you.
So should we do state police now, or obviously I want to set aside Maine Drug Enforcement Agency until we have time to talk about it. I want to make changes there. I'm happy to do that now, or we can do it another time. Senator, what's your pleasure?
We're meeting again. Don't we have another date?
Yes, definitely.
Yes, I think other people have questions also. So why don't we, the next meeting, do MDA?
Okay.
Okay. So are you ready with state police? Do you want to?
Sure.
Okay.
And that starts on page 457.
Isn't it at the end?
Oh, you're right. I'm looking at just the whole thing, but where the vote sheets are different. They came in separately, didn't they?
Yeah, this is Jane. On the vote sheets, it's pages numbers 1 through 4. It came in at the very end of the packet.
Yeah. So it's 1 through 4, but it's really at the end. It's after page 62 would be, it's 1 through 4.
So the first one we have is for the purchase of DNA test kits. That's reference number 2313. And Commissioner, you explained this to us, and I'm sorry to ask you the question again. Why is it again that we purchase in 1 year and then the next year is no money?
Well, so in years past, well, let me say this. So the DNA grant program is a national formula grant that all states receive. In years past, you may even remember that we used some of this grant funding to purchase high output DNA analyzers, so actual machines to do this work. We were able to utilize that funding to purchase DNA test kits in advance. So that's $30,000 for 500 as an example. And so that means we bought them early so we don't have to buy them in that second year, or second time period for the fiscal year.
Great. Thank you for that. Everyone good on this one to add it to the move-in list? Looks like everybody. Oh yeah, Representative Morales.
Yes, thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't get my hand up quickly. Commissioner, is this, did this program start with sort of the movement to exonerate folks in providing DNA? I just remember working in the courts with the Duchesne case, and there was a new DNA law. And I seem to recall that that this came about around then. Do you know that?
Actually, I don't, Representative. I don't know exactly when that would have kicked off. I can certainly research that if you like. I don't know, you're talking about the grant program specific or our DNA program in general, both?
Yeah, kind of, do they come together? You know, I think we respond to the national movements of policing and public safety. So I recall that happening around, 15 years ago, maybe longer, 20.
It would certainly make sense, but I don't know for sure. So I wouldn't.
Yeah.
I
Okay,
wouldn't have
thanks.
yet.
Anything else on this one, 2313? Seeing none, we'll add this to the list to move in. The next one is 2314. A couple positions. Anybody have questions about this one? Just reclassifications, all good? Okay, we'll add 2314 to the list to move in. 2316, same thing, right? It's just another reclassification, okay, of a position. The next one is 2317, funding to align the current level of reimbursement for overtime pay and associated all other costs provided by the state police. Questions about this one? Yes, Representative Lookner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner. What is the level of overtime pay for state police? Does that tend to be time and a half, or do we have are most state police working a lot of overtime hours?
Yeah, so it would be time and a half. I guess like many other professions on the law enforcement side, contractually speaking, your pay is going to fluctuate. I've got 6 months in versus, 16 years. My time and a half rates are going to be different. There is a lot of overtime that is out there. A lot of that is extra shifts or minimum shifts, as the state police would call them. And that means you're filling in patrol shifts. So if somebody's off for whatever reason, we have a set minimum based on the time of day, calls for service, workload analysis style things. So we backfill those. This particular fund here is referring more towards outside jobs, as an example. One scenario that I think is helpful here is that at one point, there was a big wind turbine projects. And that would be moving massive steel girders from one end of the state to the other. And because of that, there was actually set guidelines. You needed to have a lead and a tail car, and depending on how many of those turbine pieces, depending on how many cruisers you had to have in order to safely move those from one location to the next. Well, you may have a big rush in 1 year where that's going to happen a lot. And then the next year, it may not happen as often, right? So how much road construction are we doing on 95 and 295? So this number does tend to fluctuate year in and year out. This does not, however, cost the taxpayers any money. This is people that we contract with, entities, companies, putting money into a fund. We take money out of that fund and pay Maine State Troopers, as an example here, overtime to provide whatever service is necessary.
Great. So actually, that was my next follow-up question. So, when those turbines came in, it was like Searsport where they came in and you couldn't turn around on Route 1 there. I remember that. Yeah. But the contractor, whoever's moving those, is actually paying for that overtime.
Absolutely. Yeah. That makes sense. Absolutely.
Thanks.
Representative Morales.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, this, and I just want to, I think it's more of a comment, but just, we fund things very different in different departments, right? That I don't think any of us would say aren't needed. We need healthcare, we need, public safety, we need fire. But it just struck me, and a colleague had said this to me recently, and this line item brings that up, is that we don't pay firefighters or police by the fire or by the calls that they get, and so this sort of overtime sort of comes into play because we make it a priority that we have 24 hours of this kind of service ready to go. And so when we're thinking about kind of different crisis models, and you and I have talked about it, how do we really think about getting the right services to people? We have a different kind of conversation about funding and sort of that fee for service model when we're talking about behavioral health, when we're talking about substance use and treatment. And I just wanted to point that out. And I don't know if you've had any conversations with folks about this, but I hope that we can really come together on these kinds of issues and just philosophically how we value them. And if you want to comment, fine. If not, I don't expect one.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And it pains me to say it out loud, but the reality is that we don't fund the Maine State Police for 24-hour coverage. And I hope whatever the bad guys are out there aren't listening to me right now to say that we do not have Maine State Troopers out in our communities at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, which means that if somebody is in harm's way, they are calling for a Maine State Trooper, depending on where you are in the state, to get out of bed, get dressed, clean off their car, and then respond to a crime in progress. And that's been the same case for forever. I say that working with professionals that have been with the Maine State Police for decades and in command staff members. You may remember in the last couple budget conversations, we were actually asking for additional positions because the patrol aspect of the Maine State Police have not been enhanced since the 1970s. And the reality is that their mission has exploded with some of the things that we're referring to, Victoria, around behavioral health response, and absolutely an incredibly valid conversation to have. But the reality is we also have text messages from drug dealers in Lebanon, Maine saying, hey, show up after 11, the Maine State Police are gone. There's nobody here patrolling the town of Lebanon after a certain amount of time. You know, that's a common misnomer, I think, that people think, and I guess I'm happy about that I don't want people to think that we don't have coverage in some of these locations after a certain time of night, but we don't. And that's just something we need to own as well.
Pay for the response. Oh, I'm sorry. I guess my point is we'll pay for the response. I'm not saying, you know, we have everyone there on the road all the time, but we will pay for that response. And whether it be through overtime. That's why I brought it up, because there is this overtime and there's the need. And so if there's a call, we respond. We don't say we won't respond. Anyways, but I appreciate your point. I know we are in need in lots of places.
Yeah, for sure. And the only reason I responded that way is you mentioned 24-hour coverage. That's all.
I know I shouldn't have said it that way.
No. I mean, I think we've had good conversations. We will continue to have important conversations around that response. And I hope you saw the 911 data that we pushed out on Friday as well. And we tried to be as detailed as we could there, nature versus disposition and things of that nature. So sorry to ramble off. I apologize.
What did I miss on Friday? A bunch of emails that went out that I didn't see. Jane, is that something that came through you?
It's all in one email, and there's a whole bunch of attachments. I can look for it, or Jane maybe has it, and we can resend it to you.
Great.
Happy to do that. If anybody else needs it, let us know.
I'll just resend it to all of you right now.
That would be great. Thank you.
I warn you, there's a lot of attachments.
And thank you, Commissioner, for that breakdown of those calls. I think you'll be interested in that, Representative Morales. Anybody else on this one, 2317? All right, good to add it to the list. The next one is 2318. General operational costs. And this is other special revenue funds, so that makes sense. Everyone good on that one?
Charlotte, could you tell me what page we're on the budget?
Of course, yes. We're at the very end, but page 2 of the state police section. And
page?
It's page 2.
Oh, okay.
And we're on initiative number or reference number 2318.
Okay.
Okay.
These sign-off sheets are actually the same ones we use for transportation, which is why it's 1, 2, 3 rather than the end of.
Right. Okay. Everyone good on 2318? Add it to the list we're going to move in. Okay. The next one is 2319. It's a savings for technology costs. Representative Costain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The rest of them are all in a positive money back to us. So can we just move them all in as a block?
That works for me. If it works for other folks, anybody have questions about any of these? A bunch of savings here.
No questions to saving.
Okay. Everyone's happy. Good. Okay, so we'll add all of those to the list that we'll be moving in. Good job, everyone. So the only thing left to do, yes, Representative Newman.
Yes, I do have one question for the commissioner. Since we had the rental increase on the other pages, I know the state police have a garage and stuff over at the Commerce Center. There's no rental increase over there?
No, sir, not that I'm familiar with. I can certainly check into that, but to my knowledge, all the initiatives that we have are on these pages. So,
Okay, it just seems strange for a rental increase for one division in that office complex and not the others.
yeah, maybe I don't want to say that too loud, but I would agree, right?
Do we not own that building? Would that make a difference?
It could be. It's the same owner for the complex. So I think it's 51 Commerce is the OIT revenue building over here. I think they own the whole footprint. But yeah, I don't know why we don't have an increase on the garage side. It's a good, valid question.
Let's
So
not
it
ask about it.
Right, good point. We won't bring it up.
I'll keep my head down on that one, Representative. We'll just keep on moving.
So it looks like we finished everything other than MDEA, and we decided we'd put that on another day. Senator, does that mean we get to cut off early today, or should we work on something else?
Well, I was gonna leave
See ya.
8 minutes ago because I've got to go to VLA. So I'm gonna
Oh.
say goodbye. Okay, bye-bye.
Okay, see ya.
Yeah.
Other folks, you ready for the day to end, or you want to keep on, yeah, I'm seeing you ready for the day to end. Okay, let's do that. And we've got on Monday at 1 p.m., Commissioner, we'll finish up your portion of the budget. How does that sound?
That sounds great. Yeah, so that'll be a focus on MDEA and some additional homework that I have that I don't necessarily think are reference number oriented, but we'll dig out some specifics and get back to you for sure.
Great. So that's exactly what we'll do. The ones that we set aside are ones that we are likely going to have divided votes on, which is why we set them aside. So we'll go through first off the rest of any questions we have. We'll move in everything that's unanimous, and we'll work through the ones that we suspect will, some of us maybe aren't going to vote for as they're presented, if that makes sense. Representative Costain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, could you please have the director here for Monday's meeting? Or at least available?
Yes, Director McKinney has been on the call the last 2 meetings waiting, ready to go. So he'll definitely be here on Monday, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Director McKinney. Good. Anything else from anyone?
Representative, I apologize. It's very rude of me to discuss Director McKinney because Kendra Coates, Colonel Cody, and Lieutenant Colonel Harwood also joined us today. Director Hinckley from Emergency Communications. Just want to acknowledge them and their work and for hanging in there with us. Greatly appreciated, folks. And I will be quiet. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And thank you all for being here. I know it must be an agonizing process as we slowly go through this, but thank you for being here. Yes, Representative Morales.
Yes, thank you. And I forgot, I didn't realize that Director Hinckley was on the phone. And Commissioner, I wanted to follow up with you on the EMS for Children data, just to get a sense, and I sent you both an email, just to get a sense of what that is. And, not an exhaustive, but kind of what that data looks like. Thinking about coordination, thinking about prevention, my focus.
I've got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. All right, everybody. Well, the good news is we'll see each other in Augusta on Wednesday. So I'll see you all there, and then we'll reconvene together here on Monday.
Okay.
Everyone
Is that
good?
Is that in the chamber? Oh, no, that's at the at the Civic Center. Forgot.
It's at the House of Cold, so make sure you wear something warm or bring a blanket. Remember how cold it was there? Goodness.
That's to make the ventilation better, though.
I know, it's good. I want it to be like that, but I was freezing. Okay. See you all on Wednesday. Thank you. Bye, Deb.